Welcome, one and all, to part 4 of Disco Elysium with audio turned on, and you can actually hear my voice now. We are once again exploring the seaside town of Martinez here in Disco Elysium with our intrepid hero who has no name. We don't know what his name is yet. Don't even know what his face is yet, looks like yet, because we can't look in the mirror to see our reflection. But hopefully we'll be able to remedy that in a bit. I believe when we last left off with our hero, he had just slept for the first night. We're still on day 1 of this game. I think we just started day 2. And he's been interviewing the Union thugs inside the Whirling and Rags and discovered that they were in fact the murderers. But they murdered with good reason. Apparently this guy was an agent, some sort of undercover agent who had actually committed sexual assault on another person inside Martinez, whom we now need to go interview. Then there's the lady on the boat that we need to go talk to. And we got to find our way through a door to an upper level of an apartment complex to talk to a guy who witnessed the murder. So there's a lot on our plate. Adrian Parker says, love this game. You, my friend, are a true rock star. Love watching you. Hope your day is going well so far. It's going really well. Can't complain. Good to see all the members and regulars in the chat. As always, Alt Grendel, Miwi, Amy Hudson, Stina, Jan C, Mr. Truth, Josh Bunton, and then we've got Val Petrov rocking the Gold Derby. Thank you very much, Val. And Julian Z rocking the Gold Derby. Also live on Facebook today. Thank you, Christina and Vince, for sharing my stream to your timeline. And it's good to see Daryl, Jordan, Jocelyn, and Vince live on Facebook as well. Douglas Delegard says, hello all, shout out to all of you awesome people. That's right, shout out to all of you wonderful people who come to my program each and every week. Well, I guess it's multiple times a week. That's what we're doing these days. Coffee. Ah. More. Good. I had my family over last night. My my little niece and nephew were running around with both of my kids, and all of the adults were just scrambling to keep them from tearing the house to shreds. And we had a cookout on the patio, and it was a lot of fun. But man, I really, when I woke up this morning, I kind of wanted to just go back to sleep. I was like, I don't want to do a stream in the morning. But I've got my coffee, and I'm feeling really good. More coffee. And cigar. My last cigar. Might as well use it now. All right, I'm ready. Big Baby Zubas says, Oxhorn and the Stiff Scotch Drinkers brand name. I mean, if I ever had a scotch, maybe that's what I would call it. This Whirling and Rags music is really upbeat. Jocelyn on Facebook with a very kind donation of stars says, Superstar Cop Mondays always brightens my day. Keep up the good work, Ox. Thank you very much, Jocelyn. Okay, well, we just learned something awful at the very end of our last stream. And we just learned that the blonde-haired lady on the upper floor, whom our character actually flirted with in the very first episode, was sexually assaulted by the guy who's now hanging dead in the tree. Her last words to us before she went to her room were something like, you'll be interviewing me soon. And now it's come full circle. We are indeed interviewing her. Let's make sure we have the right gear equipped. Now this is going to tear up my authority if I put that on. But I grant, I'm basically swapping authority for Inland Empire. This grants +1 to my, oh, okay. Yeah, let's put the flashlight in hand. You never know when you're going to need that. I'm probably going to need my authority for this upcoming conversation. So let's not use the ledger of failure and hatred. I'm curious as to whether or not the ledger has different incarnations depending on the choices you made. I believe mine is called the ledger of failure and hatred because I pressed really hard at the beginning trying to crack open personal details about my character before my character was ready to emotionally handle them. So now it's the ledger of failure and hatred. It removes 2 of my character's authority. I love it. All right, let's talk to the poor assault victim. We can knock. Who is it? A woman's voice answers, muffled by the door. This is the police, says Kim. Can we come in? Come on up. The door is open, she shouts. I'm drying my hair. Oh, great. Redbuzz says, remember, you also had that accident with a gun. Well, we're just not going to mention that. We're just going to pretend that that event didn't happen last week. Okay, so we're in her hotel room. We've got a few things here of note. Hotel bill calculations. Looks like she's had an extended stay. Piles of dirty clothes. A woman's. Ooh, some junk here. Good thing I've got that trash bag in my hand. I can pick up all the empties on the ground. Right, she wants us to come upstairs, but you know what? We're the Snoopy police. Ooh, hold on. What's that? This room has sad all over it. Reminds you of your own. Let's see what's in here. Kim, you're in the way. In the yard below, a corpse hangs from the pine tree. The corpse of the man who assaulted this poor lady. Medicine cabinet. Vladimir says, forgot how annoying the Legion kill squads were in New Vegas. You'd think after the 6th one, they'd stop. Well, in New Vegas, they just really want you dead. If you're part of the NCR or you attack the Legion, they just really want you dead. Brett Buzz says, remember you also had an... Oh, that's... I just read that one. And then Alt Grendel says, hey, Ox, potential game for Scotch and smoke rings made of skir. Made of skir? Sounds interesting. By the way, there is a sale going on my shop right now. If you use the promo code TEAMPLAYER, you get 10% off anything in my Oxhorn shop. And that sale ends at midnight tonight. So now's your opportunity if you wanted something. Okay, this medicine cabinet is full of wares, sheets of pills haphazardly stacked one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there. We can look at the toothbrush. It's been used quite a lot. We can look at the medications. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet, and pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylcholic acid, APAP eye drops, blood thinners. There's quite a collection here. Our hero can note. Anything of note, says Kim. He asks in a lowered tone. We can search the bottles. Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoparidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads Nacra. What's Nacra? And we gain 5 experience. An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphone or overdoses. Okay. Let's search the bottles again, and we can keep it to ourselves. Oh, we can't keep it? Oh, we can't keep it. Okay. So we can search the pill sheets. Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gottwaldian, marked red blister packs, you find... What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how. We can thankfully pass a fairly easy electrochemistry check. Yay! A bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it in sunny happy letters. Jackpot, baby! That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container. That's electrochemistry talking, by the way. What's so exciting about this orange bottle, we can ask? It's speed, man, says electrochemistry. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine. And talk about psychological disorders, but what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed. Oh, we could try to just take it in plain sight. We could say, Lieutenant, I also see a brand called Preptide. And Kim says, Preptide, a euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine, prescription speed. What the crap are you waiting for? It's let's get super doggone preppy, says electrochemistry, who really wants to get high. We could take an interfacing check to take it in secret. However, this is, we get -2 because we told Kim about it. Oh, no. Well, let's try it. Yay! Hey, dice are on our side today. Silently, the bottle slides into your palm, then, as you turn, into your pocket. And we gain the St. Baptiste Preptide. Feels so slick and beautiful. You got it! Here comes the afterburner. Time to become a super detective again. Hooray! Or no, Harry! Just put it in your sweaty little hand now. Okay, we've got it. We don't have to use it, right? Now, anything else in the bathroom? We stole her medicine. I think we'll just go upstairs now. All right, what are we here? A bed. This bed has been hastily made. You feel someone watching you behind the glass door. A woman. Okay. Ooh, doormat. Oh, that brings us outside. Okay. Cold coffee and an ashtray that looked like a hedgehog. Oh, I missed a note. The smell of cigarette smoke in the air. Astra. Menthol. There is a door over here. We'll explore that in a bit. Let's talk to her first.
Welcome to the roof.
The young woman has a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. Oh, I wonder if I can do that. Yeah, but this is just awkward now. Oh. All right. Electrochemistry. This is what got us in trouble with her last time. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean. Electrochemistry is the one that told us to flirt with her. Physical instrument, then toned over several years of self-defense training. You can sense it in the sharp pointing of her elbows.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Nice view you got here.
Nice? I don't know about that, officer.
She looks north, towards the yard where the body hangs. Where a ripe corpse still hangs from the tree, spotted with green and purple. Empathy tells us that the woman doesn't flinch, but there is something in her light brown eyes, a sadness. Now, we could proceed or proceed in a rush. Let's try proceeding politely. You mentioned a cleaning lady. I think I need one.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell is opened in there.
It has, or we can be a superstar and say, Disco Infernum. Hell, you know not what of which you speak. Or there are vortices of dark energy present, but not to hell, to another place, a third place, much different from our world. Or no, I just trashed the place. Let's go Disco Infernum.
They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit, because of the infernum.
Wow, so we made the cleaning lady quit?
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Yeah, we met.
Have I ever? This is the one and only superstar cop. It's kind of a big deal around here.
Hear that, Kim? I'm a huge deal around here.
Miss, I don't know what he's told you, but there are no superstars among police officers.
Aw, come on, Kim.
Of course there are. Look at him.
She looks
He's
at
the
you.
Phoenix. What brings the Phoenix back to me?
She looks at you, then turns back to the lieutenant. I'm the Phoenix now? Has she called me the Phoenix?
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man who was hanged. The people responsible have asked us to talk to you.
Ah, I see.
She takes a pensive drag of her menthol cigarette. Suggestion! Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you've been through something difficult. That's an interesting suggestion. Physical Instrument says, no need to dilly-dally. She's tough. Physical Instrument got us in trouble last time. But we do have two options. I'll go straight to it. I don't want to sound like a namby-pamby. Or thanks, coach, but I think I'll dilly-dally this time, which I think I will do. You'll sound like a namby-pamby, says Physical Instrument. Well, God forbid I sound like a namby-pamby. All right, so let's take some time before we talk about the assault. What's your name, miss, for the record? Claes Amandu. And where are you from? Vredfort, Republic of Orange. What's Orange? Ah, bad memory, officer. Bad memory? Of what? Of lilacs and lightning. She squints her eyes as if to see them in the distance. Parks, grass, duraluminum. Vredo Fort is a conference city. It's always autumn there, and night. At least, it was for me. What's so bad about that, says Kim. And she says nothing, if you're no longer there. Jason Whitaker says, hey guys, I'm only an hour late, so I'm sure I didn't miss much given the speed of this game. Ha ha. It is a slow-paced game. That's very accurate. Now, you haven't missed much. We've just gone upstairs to interview this kind lady. Klasji. How old are you? We can ask if that's not a personal question. I'm 28, and she takes a drag. What do you do, miss? What is your specialization? Oh, that's an odd way to say, what's your job? Is there another way that we can say that? Something stupid, she says. Miss Orange disco dancer. She's a disco dancer. Spirit Decor says, want to hear what's stupid? Somewhere in a one-room apartment on Boogie Street, a young man shows Patrol Officer Tilbrook his genital warts, asking if they're cancer. His partner, Emil Mullins, can't be there. He's in another apartment with another man who's showing him a dead dog under the radiator. It's dead, Mullins says. No, the man replies. I touched him. He's warm. He's warm, Mullins replies, because he's under the radiator. Oh my gosh, this game. I believe this has just teleported us to another conversation going somewhere else. What's that we can ask? Orange lit? Orange lit? Orangese literature. It's what I studied at the university. She raises both eyebrows. What's Orangese literature about, we can ask. And she says, fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Orangese. All national literatures are only the name of the nation changes. All national literatures are. Only the name of the nation changes. If that's true, then a Reviculian lit would fit you like a glove. Orangese literature, what do you do with it, we can ask. And she says, nothing. I do nothing with it. We can say, how do you make money then? Because money is very important. And then we can show her what money looks like. And she says, cool. And she looks at the black note in our hand. I've made more money by just being than I have with Orangese lit. Being what, we can ask? And she says many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Orange 37, and she smiles. We pass an empathy check. It's the world's most tired smile. And then we pass an electrochemistry check. Miss Orange, now there's something you should linger on. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to linger? We can speak to electrochemistry. And electrochemistry says all things considered vary. Now linger. No, that would be very inappropriate. Let's not talk about her modeling career. That's modeling, right? Like Miss Orange, 2037. So understood. Conclude. And she gestures towards the table. I would offer you coffee, but it's garbage. Literally tastes like poison. And she takes another sip. Well, could we take a look at your passport, please, we can say. And she says, I'm afraid you can't, officer. Why is that, says Kim. Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets. Thank you for your candor, says Kim. Why? They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. What? Yeah, but not on the coast. How do I know you've told us your real name, we can ask. And she says, if I were to lie to you, I would come up with a name more mainstream. Name than Clase Amandu. It's a weird name. I'm pretty sure I have the legal right to demand your passport, miss. And she says, look, officers. And she turns to face us both. I like this place, but I don't want to be stuck wandering the city like a ghost after being robbed of my travel documents. I don't want to become an indentured servant in a brothel on Boogie Street. And I don't want my relatives to pay the ransom. Okay, then we can say. That's a long pour. Okie dokie. And she pours herself more of that poison coffee. Wolf Dragon Tamer says, hi, Oxhorn and chat. I got surprised the other day. I was watching a commercial I've seen multiple times when I suddenly hear a little girl's voice going, Dad? Really confused me. Ooh, where were you? Were you at home where you normally were? Or were you watching on a laptop in a haunted house perchance? And, you know, maybe it was a ghost. Anything's possible. Well, thank you. That's it for the record, we can say. And she says, the record, so official. Nice room you got here, we can say. And she says, yeah, it's pretty deluxe. Suggestion. No one likes to talk about their dirty laundry and their empty bottles. Maybe if you phrase it more emotionally. Okay. How do we phrase this more emotionally? You have quite the collection of prescription drugs down there. I don't know if that's really emotional. We could say, hate to say it, but you've got sad all over the place. Is that more emotional? That would just be insulting. Let's ask what she's doing here. And she says, I'm wintering. How long have you been staying here? And she says, she calculates, about 4 months. I came in November. Why here? We can ask. And she says, here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revacol. Here in the Whirling we can start. And she says, because it's the funkiest building in Martinez, and because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. Let's find out the other answers to our questions by going back into that dialogue tree. And we'll say, hey, here in Martinez. I heard this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go. No, this is Sassy Town. This is where the future of dance lies, we can say. If you say so, officer, if you say so. Oh, man. Let's find out where the what the other options were. Why here in Revacol? And she says, I always wanted to see, in the only city in the world, in the worst time of the year. It's a tourist thing. Okay, well then we can say, hate to say it, but you've got sad written all over the place. Yeah, she draws out the vowel. I've contaminated it pretty bad. Is that why you're out here? She nods. The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped upstairs. The sad got to that too. Then I found the handle for the summer door. What exactly is the nature of this contamination, we can ask? And she says, for me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How about you? Talk around the establishment is you have an industrial sad spill in there. And she taps the roof with her heel because we're right below her. We pass an Inland Empire check. Somewhere below, military-grade sad is dripping off the walls. You should say the first thing. It's honest. It'll lead to introspection. For me, it's alcoholism, miss. Is it alcoholism? Because I think the alcoholism is a byproduct of something deeper, something connected to, well, we got an impression that it had to do with love or a lost love. So we'll say something is bad, and we can point to our head, in my head, in the past. And she says that's where it always comes from, isn't it? From the head and from the past. It's a feeling, we can say, white and filled with doom, gaseous, invisible, deadly. It's everywhere. And she says sounds like an advanced form of what I've got, with a bit of old love sprinkled on top. Yeah, probably we can say, and we gain 5 experience. Love is terror, she says, and she breathes in a large billow of menthol-infused smoke, savors it, then lets it out slowly. We pass a half-life check. Sheer terror, panic, and screaming. You've got quite a collection of prescription drugs down there, we can say, and she says, thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it, she says without any discernible irony. We pass an authority check. Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revacol, but you should still reprimand her. But then we pass a suggestion check. No, don't listen to the stiff. Be cool. We could say, 1, narcomania is nothing to be proud of, miss, or 2, it was quite impressive. How did you amass such a hoard? Or 3, no further questions. I think if we're going to get anywhere with this lady, we shouldn't do the whole stiff authority figure. We should instead say it was quite impressive. How did you amass such a hoard? With money, sir, she says, and she takes a drag. It's not exactly the anti-star-sized caboodle I intended it to be one day, but it's getting there. Wow, we can say the collection includes Nacra, an opioid antagonist. And she says, comes in handy when you've done too many opioids. And then Kim chimes in, and he says, is that something that happens to you often, miss? His tone isn't aggressive, just inquisitive. And she says, better safe than sorry. She takes a drag and smiles. You seem to have, among other things, we can say Preptide. And she says, oh yes, one of my favorites. It cures many ailments. Like what? We can ask. And she says, like not being able to stay up for 36 hours. She thinks, not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just a mirrored speed molecule, basically. Cool. I took some for personal use, we can say, and we can show her the Preptide. Then we gain 5 experience. Huh? She says, and she looks at the drugs in our hand. Doggone jerk took my Preptide. Looks like you owe me one, officer. I'm talking serious corruption here. Kim says, this does not amount to actual corruption. I can easily log it under confiscation. And she says to herself with a smile, robbed by a common highwayman. We can pass an electrochemistry check. She's not angry, but it's true. She's going to have to find some more Preptide now. Can we give it back to her? Can we? It doesn't look like we can. Wolf Dragon Tamer with a very generous tip says, I was at home. I kind of wondered if it was either a little ghost girl who was looking for her father, or maybe the daughter I have dreamt of having before. Last time I dreamt of having a daughter, she said, I'm ready, Dad. I'm ready for you to meet Mom. Well, these dreams of yours sound rather intimate. It could be something in your own head. It could be a dream. I've had dreams about my relations and my future in the past, and sometimes such dreams have urged me to make changes to my life, to try things I otherwise would not have tried. So perhaps that's what it is. Or perhaps you were on your computer and maybe you had 2 Google Chrome tabs open and something was playing in the background on one and something started on the other. You never know. But I think you know best of all the true answer to this dilemma. Martin, with a very generous donation of stars on Facebook, says, it's Monday. The Super Cop is live. Thank you, Martin. The Super Cop is live. All right, well, we can move on to other questions. Well, I suppose now we can talk with her about the very difficult things she went through. They tell us you've been through something difficult, we can say. And she says, something difficult? And she raises her eyebrows. I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? The awkward part of the stream. Sorry about this, everybody. So in the last episode, they used the word rape. We could make it a little less awful, as if we can, by simply saying, were you sexually assaulted, miss? That's probably the professional way a cop would put it, so let's do that. And she says, by sexual assaulted, you mean raped? She takes a quick drag, unperturbed. Yes, says Kim. And she says, it's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it? We pass an empathy check. She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered. It's not that early. It is. And what does that mean? Were you? And she says, yeah. She draws the word out. I'm going to go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him. Oh. So she wasn't raped? Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more. And she searches for the word, then shrugs. Rapeable. Kim says, are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted? And she says, not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up. A bit. Some assault and battery, sexual assault maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. So she wasn't raped. The Union thugs who killed him asked her to collude with them. So Titus asked you to spice things up for us, we can say. And she says, pretty much. And she cradles her coffee cup in her hands, warming them. Our interfacing tells us. And then our endurance tells us she must be very cold and exhausted of this life. What did happen between you and well, I guess let's try. Are you sure you weren't raped? We can ask. And she says, I'm 89% sure. Really? Jeez. Does that mean you're 11% not sure? We can ask. And she says, you know how it is. Do you? Says Half-Life. Half-Light? Do I? We can ask Half-Light. And she goes, And she flicks a bit of ash away. Maybe you don't. and the ash lands on her jumpsuit. She brushes it off. In conclusion, officer, I'm not going to go with a mild to medium. I'm going to go with a mild to medium, not raped here. What? Yeah, I'm going to go with 4. It sounds like something happened and you don't want to acknowledge it. And she says, let me make this 100% clear then, officer. I was not sexually assaulted. She tilts her head. Would I be as flippant if I had been? Well, I guess that's true. And then we pass an electrochemistry check. You get the feeling she's done enough opiates and needed enough Nacra to still be flippant if her arm were cut off and fed to her. Well, okay, well then if she wasn't raped, what did happen between you and the victim, we can ask. And she says, we partied. Okay, wait, partied? Where have I heard that before? Okay, you mean like a birthday party? Or what kind of partying? And we point to our bloated face. The partying I do? Let's try that. And she says, with all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. No one parties harder than me, we can say. And she says, please, you're alive and 50. I've known people who party so hard they're dead at 14. She stops and takes a short drag. Kim says, what did you do when you partied? And she says, we drank, sir. She takes a sip of her coffee. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him. Okay, so this was like a week-long affair she had with the guy. So it wasn't rape at all. These union guys are trying to get her to cover for their murder. What else, says Kim? And Klasje says stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. Also, we had sex. Were you two lovers, we can ask? And she says, I guess you could say that. Yes, a bit. Lovers is such an emotional word. But there was something there. We did enough drugs for there to be. Kim says, how did you two meet? The lieutenant's voice is quiet and calm. Downstairs. She taps on the roof with her 10 centimeter heel. At the bar, he was on some sort of assignment. A military man, as you probably know, had a cool, scary scar. We pass a suggestion check. She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. What's that about? Apprehension? With longing. She misses him, says empathy. Now, the thing is, we can't trust these checks, right? Electrochemistry will chime in there saying, yeah, you should flirt with her. And that ends up being the wrong choice. So then we've got the same thing with suggestion and empathy. Does she really miss him, or is our empathetic mind just projecting that attribute onto her response? Kim says, when was this? And she says, a month ago, something like that. Well, we can say it must be hard for you, and we can point to the yard, seeing him there all the time. And she says, oh, yes. And she says bitterly, I have multiple viewpoints from the roof, out the bathroom window, in my dreams. The pain threshold check, we pass it. A bitter cringe. It hurts. And you look to the lieutenant. You called us. The RCM, it was her. She says, yes. The call reporting the hanging, that was you? We pass, we get some experience, and we get a check. We know who did the call. It was her. She called us because her former lover is hanging dead from a tree, and she sees it out of every window in her apartment. I made it, she says, and she nods, and I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching. Kim says reporting crimes is confidential in Revicol, miss. Before we go on, if it is snitching, then why'd you do it? And she says, because I couldn't handle it anymore. She takes a drag, her voice thick with disgust. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him. The caller's voice was disguised, we can say, and she says, I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. Nicked it? How? With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into the cold wire. Wow, that sounds kind of complicated. So before she made her call, she partially snipped the landline and diverted radio static into it? I mean, I don't know how to do that. She goes, which landline? And she says, the one downstairs, officer. I used the whirling landline. We passed an interfacing check to learn that that's some clever tampering. Clever and simple. Crossing the lines like that. Seems like you had some idea. That was nifty. And she goes, thanks, and manages a smile. Why go through all the trouble, we can ask? And she says, I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires. And then Kim says, thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do. And she says, I didn't want to, sir. And he's still hanging there. She looks away. We will move the body to the morgue today, miss. Don't worry. Yeah, well, if we can get Cujo to climb up the tree and cut it down for us, we still got to impress that kid. We need money to go into the bookstore to buy a copy of Grognak the Barbarian, or its counterpart in this universe, to give it to the kid so that he can climb up and cut down the body. This game is complicated. I love it, though. All right, hold on. My cigar's out. Well, what can you tell me about him? Name, eyes, age. And we pass an objective. I'm sorry, I can't do it. She puffs on her cigarette. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him like he is now. I can't talk about this. I don't know. Hair? Another puff. More nervous. I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later. Okay, so we got to cut down the body and get rid of it before she can give us a description. What did they hang him for, if not rape, we can ask? And she says, he had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing, she thinks, but you probably know all about it. And Kim says, and his role in the strike was what? And she says, I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military. Worked for Wild Pines. Wild Pines. That's the boat, lady. And against the union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean, but I understood it was dangerous. And they lynched him for it, says Kim. And she says, she nods. Brett Bus says, I'm thinking your electrochemistry is just your ID, as in ego, superego, and id. So I think you're supposed to take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, that's what I'm getting from that. How do the Hardy Boys know you, we can ask? And she says, they're frequent guests downstairs. She looks at the floor. It's tarred. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now. And how did you meet, we can ask? And she says, over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. Did you ever party, we can ask? And she says, a little, yeah. Like you partied with the deceased, says Kim, really sort of rubbing this one in there. And she says, no, not as hard. So she really liked the deceased. She only partied a little bit with the Hardy Boys. I'm sorry to have to ask you this, but have you had any physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys? I think she already answered that one, Kim. Do you really have to ask that again? All right. And she says, I have. Which one? Which ones, sir? She says. I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter. And we pass a suggestion check. Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him? Oh, no. What if that thought has never entered her mind? What if she never even considered the fact that the Hardy Boys would kill him because they were jealous? She is our dame. She only sleeps with the Hardy Boys. And then this anti-union guy comes in and she's all over him. Oh, then she would live the rest of her life with this guilt, thinking that she was partially responsible for his murder. Do we even bring up that thought? No, let's not mention it. Don't be tactful, says suggestion. She doesn't care. All right, we'll go through it again. Could that be why they lynched him? Jealousy, we can ask. And she says, I hope not. A pause. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know. But that's probably where they got the rape idea. What do you mean, we can say? And she says, men like that? I don't know. Another pause. It's the way their imaginations work. I suspect it's what they'd like to do to me. We pass an electrochemistry check. She changes balance from one foot to the other and then crosses her legs. Why would they want to lynch her? Because she slept with the guy who's opposed to the union. She betrayed them in their minds. Thank you for telling us all of this, miss. And she says, she breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid. We should head back downstairs, officer. The lieutenant looks at you. We may have things to discuss there. All right. Wait, I had something else before we go. A little thing we can say. Ooh, this is a low check. Volition. Legendary. We can look her in the eye. It's only a 17% chance. Hold on. Let's ask about us. I noticed your room is close to mine. I have a personal question. And she says, yes, you're just one room away. She pours herself more coffee. Very personal. Were you in Sunday night? I need to know what I did before I lost my memory. And she says, you do not need to know that. The lieutenant taps on his notebook. Oh, this is Kim. This is Kim saying that. What you need is to ask normal police questions like, he waits for you to finish the sentence. But then we pass an esprit de corps check. Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here. Really? They're not going to let me talk to her about that? All right, well, let's try to pass the volition check by looking her in the eye. She looks back. Time moves slowly. The triangles of her face rearrange into a weary smile. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona. Drama. We will see through the deceits. You are shielded. You are wise. And then we pass electrochemistry. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs just below the silver jumpsuit. What is happening, we can ask. And conceptualization tells us nothing. Just time passing, don't worry. Then authority says you are not a fool. Perception says anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Endurance says air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detecting. Am I being beguiled, we can ask? And she says she presses her elbow against her waist slowly and turns her head. We avert our eyes. Then the strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds. Okay. Well, looks like we need to up our volition a bit if we ever want to seduce her, I guess. Let's return to that later. Why not? I'll be here until 2300 drinking coffee, most likely. Wow. Well, we just learned a lot of information. We should probably have a personal chat with Kim. Okay. There's Cujo. All right, tell you what, let's go back. Let's go to the balcony and talk with Kim there. Barred door. This is a small, heavy door. There is no lock in sight. Oh, that's a physical instrument we can push. It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Where does this lead to? Kim says, I don't know. And he makes a note in his notebook. It's not the first closed door we've found in this building. There's also your mysterious blue kitchen door. Do you think it's important? We can ask, and he says, I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case. Then we pass a shivers check. Below, the hostile cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight, a skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers. We can tap on the roof with our foot. A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building. Kim says, the vigilantes, the cadaver, and he nods towards the young woman. A number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It is not unimportant. So we can try to pass a physical instrument check, but it's heroic. 28%. Crossing fingers. Yeah! Something cracks inside. Oh, I have a feeling like I was supposed to unlock this later on in the game, but I've managed to pass a really hard check. And we gain 5 experience. It is an unbelievably satisfying sound. Oh, let's explore. Klausje says, nice. The young woman nods. All right, we impressed the blonde. Feeling good about that. Electrochemistry says, filling you with a belief in your own body. That's great. Kim says, sounds like the property damage wasn't in vain at least. Would it hurt to look in? Let's see. In we go. Now, so this is on the other side of her bedroom. What, Fred? Footprints. Why can't I touch the footprints? Footprints in the dust. You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor. Jackpot, says Kim. The lieutenant takes out his notebook. These, unlike everything else here, are new. Someone's been here within the last week or two, we can say, and Kim says 3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too, you know, officer, and he looks at you. We're passing an empathy check. This is good. He likes it. That's a little smile there in the dark of the workshop. Kim says this isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place, and we gained 30 experience. Wow. Wow, by passing that one speech check, we got a lot of experience. Okay, what does this mean? We can ask, and Kim says it means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route between our rape victim's room in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant. Let's have a closer look then, we can say, and we can crouch to study the footprints. Large prints, most likely made by boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than a vamp. The soles have left a pattern. Uniform, horizontal lines. This print doesn't look like the odd-soled print we found at the hanging, Kim, we can say, and he inspects the cracks closer. The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. This doesn't look like the worker's boots from the hanging, does it, we can ask? And he says no. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me, or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though. And we gain even more experience. Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor. Let's move on. Now... Is that a crib? The pinball machine has been taken apart or gutted. No, that's a pinball machine. Hey, what's that? That is a filing cabinet. Somebody's office here. Hey, a coat! Oh, I got a pinball maker's coat. +1 to empathy and +1 to hand-eye coordination. Yes, please. My first item of clothing that is actually really good. Where does this go? Oh, man, I look like straight-up detective now. Jacket. Now, this gave me +1 to spirit decor, which is good for my relationship with Kim, but this grants me +1 to empathy and hand-eye coordination. So completely by accident, during the course of my gameplay so far, I've collected a fedora and a big trench coat. I'm straight up looking like a 1950s detective. Okay. Oh, the gloves. I don't have the gloves on. Well, if I need them, I'll use them. Let's finish exploring here. Schematics for a pinball machine, futurism themed. Boxes of tools and replacement parts line the shelves. Small windows taped shut with black plastic. You can't see outside. I bet you this brings us to the blue door downstairs behind the kitchen. Yep, there's that blue door. The pinball is white Diora. The black glass shows a female figure in mourning. A note, NB. The spare key is tied to the bush outside the corner room window. The window that we saw while we were interviewing the Union thugs inside their room. Hey. All right, let's talk to Kim.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
You think this will make them cooperate? Nothing will make them respect the RCM, says Kim, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan. We can say in a hushed voice, why did she tell us all of that? And Kim says, what else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it. I'm not sure she had to lie. I wouldn't have known, we can say. And Kim says, if not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. She seems candid, we can say. And Kim says, you think so? A shadow runs across his face. Being candid is the best way to lie. The appearance of candor, with some facts thrown in, draws attention away from whatever one chooses to omit. She may be trying to control the pace of the investigation. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our inquiries will bring us back here soon enough. Let's go get that key. This door is connected to the one upstairs, but how do we get through? Kim says there must be a key somewhere, the lieutenant says, probably somewhere in the whirling. It's not too important. We can get in and out using the roof door. Yeah. Oh, but that's such a long way. All right. This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside. We can look in. Smells of nougat and sweat. Ew. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in. We can look at the elevator controls. There are large rectangular buttons. Monter, descendre, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken. This elevator must have been needed to transport the pinball machines up and down. We can note to ourselves, or say aloud actually, and Kim says, seems so, although it's pretty quaint for a freight elevator. He taps on the guttering light bulb. It's golden in the dark. We can close the door and go up. All right, well, looks like we need to go the long way. And I wonder if we can find any more footprints. No footprints out here, but then again, the wind and the snow might have gotten rid of them. I guess I can't explain. Well, maybe it has something to do with the pinball machine. Let's go downstairs and find that hidden key. Now, what did the note say? It was by the window in a bush. Alright, it's daytime now. We probably don't need the flashlight, so let's put our gloves back on. Oh, wait, no. This gives... Oh, the fingerless gloves give us 1 to electrochemistry, and the yellow gardening gloves gives us 1 to interfacing. I think that's good for now. Now, I know we need to talk to those guys again. But I want to find out what's in that pinball machine first. Okay, the window was just around here. It's on the other side of this window. In a bush. But I can't see it from this angle. Alright. Maybe I need to... go back in and look through the window. That's the window right there. Again, you find yourself looking at the big old window. Perception check, heroic. Look out the window. We can do it. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches, light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. It's close enough to the latch up there, one can slide it open and just take it. Surely it's a coincidence. Someone hid a key in the bush, and we can point at the window. Huh? The big guy looks behind him. I need your guys to hand me the key. Or, can you let me slide by so I can grab the key? Or, Titus, can you hand the key to me, please? Let's slide by ourselves. I don't know about that, says Elaine. The tattooed man yawns and settles more comfortably on the bench. I'm comfortable here. Don't think any sliding would really help right now. And Glenn says, sorry, jerko. Looks like you're going to have to go bush diving. Good doggone luck with that. The Hawthorne's got a jerk of a bite. And Shanky says, I'm going to enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there. And Theo says, with a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the Hawthorne branch, and slides it across the table to you. Oh, thank you, Theo. And we take the key. Theo says, the key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence. Come on, man, says Glenn. We were just having some fun. What's the harm? And Theo says, I'm tired of listening to your crap. Does anyone know why this key was hanging right outside the Union box window? And Titus says, didn't even know it was there. The man looks at the key in your hand, then around the room. Boys? No idea, says Alan. Never seen it, says Eugene. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place. We can nod to the old man and say thank you. And he says, don't thank me. The old man takes out his pack of chewing tobacco. I don't give two craps about your key. We pass an authority check. There is a silence around this man's words. Unlike Titus, they're afraid of him. That's the type of respect he commands. We look at the key in our hand and we say, I wonder what door this key opens. And we gain 5 experience, Kim says. It's for the blue door in the kitchen. There was a note there that you missed. It says that the workshop key is behind the window. It's the key. And he makes a note in his notebook, and we can leave. All right. Try the workshop spare key. The key fits in the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn after all these years, but then the lock clicks. Oh. And we get a pinball machine that we couldn't look at earlier. Okay. This pinball says Franco-Nigerian. The theme is horse and swords. Thought to ourselves, interfacing all these mesmerizing machines just waiting to be plugged back in and played. We can run our fingers across the dust of the white Diora machine. Interfacing says it feels like it might jump back to life at any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman. What's white Diora? Kim says some kind of, and he looks around thinking, inane pinball theme, probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst. But we pass an empathy check to learn that the lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines. How about we fire one of these bad boys up and play some pinball, we can say, and Kim says, you can't fire them up, they're broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works, the Royalist pinball, and he looks away. We pass a Half-Life check. What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now. Ooh, an encyclopedia check. Sounds like you don't enjoy pinball, Kim, we can say. And he says, no, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on. He doesn't love pinball, says the drama check. What about the other one? The Franco-Nigerian ball. Want to play that, we can say? And he says, no. All right, 42% to pass this encyclopedia check. Think Kim Kitsugare. Kim Kitsugare. Perhaps he was named after an historical figure. Oh, and we fail it. It's strange that he doesn't like pinball. Kim here is a Seolite. His people are incredibly dexterous, and they all love pinball. Matter of fact, hey, didn't you guys invent pinball, we can ask? And he says, us guys? Uh-oh! We're gonna get in trouble. He might as well have said you people. But no, he goes, us guys. Or you guys. And then our volition check chimes in, stop. Okay. He's gonna get angry. No. SEAL guys, massive pinball people. Or no matter, this is a failure. I'm failing, and I'm going to stop. Oh, I'm going to get in big trouble if I push this one. Volition is telling me to stop. This is bad. All right, I'm backing up. No matter, this is a failure. And we gain 5 experience. Kim says, okay. He thinks for a moment. I don't like pinball because I had to learn to do it for an undercover job at a pinball ring. And it's a lame, boring, and unchallenging game. There, we can move on now. All right, so it has nothing to do with his race, which is the line that our poor hero here was going down. It has to do with his previous work experience. Volition says, super, tip-top. This went pretty well, all things considered. Let's move on then. We can finish that thought. Woo. Do it, Ox, says Tara. You guys want me to fall for all the traps just to see how they turn out. Oh, God. Oh, all this talking makes my cigar go out. I wish I had 2 mouths, one to talk with and one to smoke with. Okay, now will the key open up this machine? Wait a minute, why can't I go back to the black DeLorean machine? Oh, it was the note. The note was just telling me where the key was. Well, then what else is in this room? Were the footprints the only clue I needed to get? I guess so. Well then, what's next? How much money do I have? Where does it say my money? Items. I need to go buy that book. If I can buy that book, I can get the kid to cut down the corpse. And we have to have the corpse cut down before we can finish our conversation with the nice lady upstairs. I do need to talk to them again. But then again, I don't want to get Our Lady in trouble. If we do, they could kill her too. So I'm going to put that on the back burner for now. Let's do more detective work, and then we can worry about talking to the Union thugs again. Okay, so where was the Grognak the Barbarian? I think it was on that center display shelf here. Is this where it was? No, that's the Suit Serani board game. And that's the Wiriel game. Alright, so we don't want any of that. what else was left? Man from Heimdall. That's it. Heimdaller man. The man from Heimdall and the devil woman. Which one would the kid want? I think the man from Heimdall. Or the Heimdaller man book. I want to buy the Heimdaller man book. All right. Oh, yes, she says, and she rubs her hands together. A good sale. Okay, we've got the book. Let's read it before we give it to the kid. A classic. On the frontispiece, the anatomically unrealistic muscle man is reaching into a mountain stream, yearning to touch his glimmering mirror image. His eyes are full of childlike wonder. On the blood-soaked snow right next to him lie two giant Zweihanders. The cover of this tattered paperback features the man from Heimdall standing atop a pile of bloody corpses. His two Zweihanders are crossed over his massive chest in a dramatic X. Their blades dripping with gore. Hell yeah, we can say. And then he says, behind him rise the harsh snow-capped peaks of his native Northlands. In bold red letters, the title Heimdaller Man, the man from Heimdall, unfurls like a banner. In the foreground, a nearly nude woman lies spread in supplication, her privates strategically covered by her flowing black hair. And we pass a half-light check. These images speak to something burbling deep within you. Quick, find someone or something that needs to be gutted, beheaded, impaled on a spike. We can look at the back cover. The back blurb reads, his latest adventure serves as the perfect introduction to the savage Heimdalla saga. Meet man from Heimdall, his faithful blood brother Tyrbold, the noble Lord Hrothgar, and some of their most fearsome foes yet. For the Northlands, for Heimdall. Is it not spelled Heimdall? Helmdall. Is it Helmdall? Maybe it is Helmdall. For Helmdall. We pass the perception check. Below, in smaller font, you see the parenthetical adapted from Man from Helmdall and the Necromancer's Treasure, Man from Helmdall, Lord of Hrothgar, and Man from Helmdall, The Curse of the Nocturer. We can read the first couple of pages. The story opens in media res. The man from Helmdall and his band of northern reavers are in the bowels of an ancient temple, surrounded by an army of gibbering wights, led by the deathless necromancer. One by one, the brave Northmen fall to the relentless crush of undead, only to join their number as a reanimated corpse. By nightfall, only the man from Helmdall and his blood brother, noble Tyrbold, are left standing against the dead horde. It is an honor to die by your side, brother, Tyrbold cries, as his battle axe beheads one of their reanimated comrades. Wow, they're in trouble now, we can say, really getting into the story. 9, Tyrbold, the man from Helmdall bellows over the army of flesh and bone. Have courage! For the Northlands, for Helmdall! He leaps to the mezzanine to face the black-eyed figure, and like a mad ice bear whirling twins, Zweihanders, holy cow, Strum and Drang, he plows through the ranks of the deathless, surrounding the necromancer, and with deadly finesse his twin blades scissor the necromancer's head from its body. The undead legions collapse like rag dolls as the dark magic leaves them, and the two Northmen stand alone in the accursed temple, where the bodies of their lost brothers litter the floor. We can skip ahead a bit. A few chapters later, the man from Helmdall and Tyrbold are in completely different setting, high above an arid desert, riding a pair of griffins that always seem to appear at narratively convenient moments, like at the top of Mount Doom. The Northmen find themselves in the court of a powerful southern king, Lord Hrothgar. The old king beseeches the man from Helmdall to rid his kingdom of the Nocturer, a subterranean clan of blind wizards who traded their souls for demonic powers. The man from Helmdall extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the homeless desert pygmies living exiled in the kingdom's borderlands. Hrothgar offers the hand of his eldest daughter instead, but the son of winter does not budge. Hold on, why is this the man from Heimdall doing any of this? We can ponder to ourselves. What do you mean, says the book, I guess. Why is he doing all of this, we can ask the book. And the book says, because the flame of justice burns bright within his chest, because above all he's driven to bring honor to the name of his beloved Heimdall, because his noble Catelyn blood lusts for glory and conquest. It cannot be denied. Is that all, we can ask? And he says, what do you mean, is that all? I can't believe we're arguing with a book right now. Jason says, I could be wrong, but being Nordic, it might be pronounced Heimdall. Scandinavian languages are weird and their pronunciation is all over the place. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. It's got an L in there and a J. I'm guessing the J is kind of like an I, so I'm going Helmdallerman. I don't know. Is there anything else to his character, we can ask the book? And the book says, he's the man from Heimdall, forged in the fury of battle. Death was his sire, and blood his dam. He had but 14 winters when he left his frigid homelands and Katla to seek glory and honor. That is his character. Okay, we can say, but does he have any internal tension? And the book says, he's the wildest man alive, the only mortal strong enough to wield the twin Zwinhanders, Strum and Drang, whose names mean storm. And yes, I get that, we can say to the book. He's strong and has big swords, but why should I care about his character? And the book says, what are you, a book critic? And I might be, we can say. And the book says, enough, you're ruining the pacing of the story. Now, where did you leave off? Ah, yes. You skip past a section detailing an elaborate banquet with many toasts, as well as the long and perilous journey from Hrothgar's keep to the ancient forest of Yezdor, where our heroes infiltrate the Nachtherr's dire hall. In the center of the great hall stands a blood altar on which a pair of Nachtherrers are disemboweling a shrieking peasant, an unholy rite that empowers the Nachtherrer of forbidden magic. As the vile ceremony ends, the sound of steel unsheathing draws the Nachtherrer's attention to a pair of cloaked figures standing in a doorway. It's pronounced Heimdall, says Rob Hickok. Okay. I'll do Heimdall. We pass a half-life check. That is what you came for, isn't it? A climactic bloodletting where men are reduced to muscle and fury. Swiftly, the visitors toss off their cloaks and unsheathe glimmering northern steel. It's the man from Heimdall and his valiant blood brother, Tyrbald. Well, yeah, who else would it be? In an instant, the Nachtherrer summons a horde of gibbering orcanoids who rush our heroes. The hall fills with the clang of blades and the screams of the dying as the floor goes slick with the streaming orcanoid viscera. When the din of battle settles, only the man from Heimdall and Tyrbald remain standing. Exhausted and dripping with the entrails of their foes, the two Northmen confront the foul Nachtherrer. The man from Heimdall's soda-light blue eyes fill with indescribable fury. For the Northlands, he cries, rushing headlong into desperate melee. Cut him up, Heimdaller man, we can say, and we gain 5 experience. He probably is, but you can't be sure, because this one ends in a cliffhanger and a footnote saying, to be continued in Heimdaller Man, The Gates of Tomorrow, coming soon to your local bookstore. We pass a logic check. Considering the sheer amount of different Heimdallerman books out there, it is very unlikely you're ever going to find the sequel. The man from Heimdall stares at you on the cover, his face fixed in grim resolve. And we can put the book away. All right, well, that was fascinating. Let's give it to the kid, see if that will get him to cut down the tree, or the body on the tree. All right, Cujo, I come with a peace offering.
Have you come
That's right. Perhaps I could interest you in some speed. We can give him drugs. Check out this bizarre drug I found, and we can show him the paraloidron. Or, this is probably too lame for you, Kuno, but maybe you know someone. We can hold out the Heem Dollarman book. Kuno doesn't read. He quickly glances at the fence. Doggone book crap. Craps with your mind. Kuno knows this four-eyed crap. Totally hooked on the book. Can't get enough of this crap. Crapping sad, really. Kuno could make mad money off him, exploit his disease. Who are you talking about, Kuno? A guy Kuno knows, says Kuno. He shouts at the fence. Martin, from out of town, from Grad or some crap. So you want the book, we can say? And he says, fine. Kuno gonna take it off your fat ass. At least he's got to make some paper off this crap. He eagerly pockets the book. Now, what do you want? All right. Well, we could try to figure out what's going on with this kid by passing a white check. Let's try it. Yeah! We pass it. It's not Kuno. It's Kunoise. Let's act on it and try to separate them. Crap you whispering about, he whispers back. He's whispering too. He's going with it, but watch what happens. Crap you, crap, whispering about, says Kunoise. If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna crapping whisper, okay? He turns back to you and hunkers down. Let's whisper, pig. Empathy. This is it, you've got him. But be careful. You can still crap this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this. Kuno, listen to me, we can say. She's trying to control you. We gotta get you out of here. Or number two, what's up with her? She's terrifying. Crazy scary. Or phew, I'm glad she's out of our hair. She's crapped up. Okay, so which option would make Kuno feel like he's looking bad? If we say she's terrifying, he'll just go, no, she's not scary. We could try number three. I bet you this is it. But he says, she's not crapped up. He raises his voice, but then lowers it again. Everyone's crapped up. Stop judging crap. And then we pass an empathy check. Wrong move. But he's whispering still. You haven't lost him. Just don't mess up again or you will. There are no guarantees here. Two options. Kuno, listen to me. She's trying to control you. We got to get you out of here. Or what's up with her? She's terrifying. Crazy scary. Oh, man. So I've got one more chance. Let's prey on his desire to not be controlled. That's got to be it. It's okay. And he straightens his back and turns to Kunoise. The pig's trying to pit us against each other. Not going to let him do that. Crap. Physical instrument. Idiot! You bungled it up! Empathy says, that's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand. I got you this far. I couldn't get you all the way. Ah, no! I chose wrong. Kunoise says, tried to crap my Kuno. A giggle, malicious and gleeful. She pulls herself up higher on the fence. Tried to crap my Kuno away. Me and Kuno are tight. We ride for life. We get a shivers check. A chill comes over you. The wind from Boulevard Street lashing you for trying to separate them. For trying to take the street out of Kuno. We could try to pass the empathy check again. Failure. All right. Three options. Which of these are going to be most appealing to this crazy little kid? Hey, Kuno, you must have seen all kinds of things throwing stones out here. Want to help the RCM bust a murder? Crap no, says Kuno, and he bursts out loud laughing. What are you, crapping? Mentally handicapped? Kunoise says, Kuno, they've almost made you a snitch now. Kuno says, ease off, see? Kuno always takes the bullet over the hammer, and he nods, big boy style, incredibly proud of himself. Kuno, I found your shack. And we can point to the shack. You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack? It was closed for 5,000 years. How the crap did you get in? I phase shifted through the roofing material, we can say, and he says, crap. Get the crap out of here. You can't do that. And Kuno says, he can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to crap at you again. And Kuno says, pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport crap, he says to himself, then turns to you. How did you like it in there, pig-o boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool crap there, right? What was with the pig head, we can say? And he says, oh, that? He picks up the dirt from the fingernail, or he picks out some dirt from under his fingernail. Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Demo tape, like some sort of musician? And he says, yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio, craps pigs, live, craps their head off. He ominously points to the shack. Kuno's a cop killer. Oh, okay. Well, I found a plate covered in powder residue. Know anything about it? And he says that's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno's Shazam. Kuno rides the crapping lightning in there, pig. And then we pass an electrochemistry check to learn. Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't ya? You feel tired and old, but you've got that sparkle in your eyes. What's with the tube of magnesolum, Kuno, we can say? And he says, it's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything? He looks at you like you've just pointed at the sun and asked what it was. It's magnesium, right? We can say. And he says, yeah, it's the mag. You crapping need that crap to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a crapper crap, and you could use a barrel. Word of the day, says Laura. A la ox, it's crap. And everyone's using the poop emoji in chat. What can I do? This kid's mouth is worse than a trucker. It's off the charts. Kunoise says, don't teach him, Kuno. He's going to use it against you, Kuno. I know all about magnesium. I rock it all the time, we can say. And he looks at you, eyes bulging. You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo. Kunoise says, crap you, pig. Don't do mag. You're going to OD and you're going to crapping die. Is that my coat up there? I'm pretty sure it's mine. And we can point to our coat waving in the wind. And Kuno says, is it? And he squints at it. You got pretty crapped. And Kuno's surprised you still got your head after all of that. After all of what, we can ask. And Kuno says, don't sweat it, drunk pig. Kuno taps his nose twice in conspiracy. Kuno will keep your nasty secrets. Kuno's not snitching. And we get 5 experience. Suave faire. He's saying you climbed up there. He probably saw you do it. And we pass an endurance check. That explains the calluses on your hands. You scaled the side of the building, entertaining the local kids. Could I get into the harbor from the roof? We can ask. And he says, of course you crapping can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Gotta fly, pig. I tried that. Didn't go so well, we can say. And Kuno says, Kuno knows. Kuno and C saw you crap yourself. It's okay, pig. Not everyone can face the fear Kuno style. And we pass a physical instrument check. That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy, just jump. I've heard enough of this. Kuno, I threw up and I can't investigate the body now, we can say. And Kuno says, yeah, I crap like a crapping volcano. The kid is mimicking violent puking noises. Crapping pathetic. Kuno says, you're lucky you didn't die there. Crap it. Maybe you got some advice for me, we can say. I mean, you're obviously handling it quite well. And Kuno says, yeah, Kuno's got some advice for you. The kid looks to his left, then to his right, and then leans towards you. What are you, like 80, right? Maybe you should stop embarrassing yourself in front of our crapping kid. We can pass the empathy check again because Kuno was talking to us. Let's go through some of the other dialogue checks first, see if that increases our chance. Actually, we already did both of those. Let's pass it. Yeah, we did it again. You were too pushy last time. Think this through. Try to really understand the psychological bond Kuno has with Kunoise. Okay, so what's the deal with Kunoise? And empathy tells us, just look, while Kuno has no problem being near you, she always hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kunoise was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone. Interesting how, we can ask, and empathy tells us Kunoise is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other kind of hides behind the fence, afraid of her life, as if she's done something. Wait, we went through this again. Okay. We can act on it and try to separate them. Kuno, crap you whispering about? And he whispers back. He's whispering too. He's going to go with it, but watch what happens. And then, crap you crappers, crapping about. Crap, I think we've been through all of this. All right, I guess we'll choose the only one we've got left. The one I didn't choose, which I should have chosen at the very beginning. What's up with her? She's terrifying. Crazy scary. Crazy, says Kuno, and he whispers tensely. You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs. Kunoise says, stop talking to him, Kuno. Kuno, I'm crapping, warning you. You're gonna get us into crap. And empathy says she understands what you're trying to do. Kuno says, yo, see? He pops his head up. Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. He hunches down again. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control. And then we pass an empathy check. You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her so that she can't read his lips. All right. Now we can finally learn some stuff. Let me light my cigar again. What do you mean she smoked someone, we can ask. And he says Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. He stares at you intently. Like, actually a killer. We have three options. Really? Isn't she too small to overpower someone? Or are you serious about this killing business? Or what if she has Kuno? That would explain things. Let's try number one. And he says, are you getting this? You think I'm crapping telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? He pokes you in the gut. Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has. Okay, how many cops has she killed then? And Kuno says, forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just crapping. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that. He feels eyes on the back of his head, and he stops. Kunoise says the creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes, and we pass a half-light check. It's fear. Do you think she has anything to do with the dead man, we can ask? And he says, yeah, she would have liked to crap him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno. Where were you? And we gained 5 experience. Look, Kuno's going to put you at ease. We didn't do it. We pass a drama check. He speaks the truth, my liege. You said she's insane, and Kuno says, yeah, she's psycho. He leans in even closer. None of that kitty psycho, cat burning crap. She does the real deal. What's the real deal, we can say? And she says, snuff radio crap. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know. Snuff radio? What's that language she uses? Napa Campi Figura? And he says, crap knows. She says it's the song of her people or some crap. What people, we say? And he says, crazy people? The crapping nakies? I don't know. And we pass an empathy check. Some things are too awful to dwell on. The nakies and runekaris might be some kind of defense mechanism. Is she your sister, we can ask? And he says, crap no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in, like a mad dog or some crap. Stray? And he says, yeah, she was just there. He points to the apartment building behind the fence. Oh, the one with the guy that we can sneak up and talk about. What was that, Kuno? The little one twists her neck looking at the building, and Kuno says, Kuno flinches, then lowers his voice even more. She was in the hallway, dripping wet by the crapping shoe rack in the dark. Why was she dripping wet, we can say? And Kuno says Kuno's got no crapping idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor, too. She was there for 3 days in the corner. Every time Kuno went out. You said she got in? How? I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk under a pile of clothes like a dog. What about your parents, we can say, and we gain 5 experience. Kuno's dad doesn't give a crap. Kuno, doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's crapping Kuno. He points at himself. Crap's all on Kuno. We pass a suggestion check. Kuno, Kunoise, 2 of a kind. Why is she called Kunoise then? Because she's crapping looks like Kuno. You don't know her name? No one knows her name. Kuno told you this crap was Psycho Killer. Wow, okay. Well, how are you dealing with all this, we can conclude. And Kuno says, how's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you crapping with any of it. Kuno doesn't either. Kuno's got this crap under control. He spits through the gap in his front teeth. We could say she needs professional help. He'd probably disagree. We could say, you need backup, kid. I'm here for you. And Kuno says, listen, listen. He points to his eyes, then yours. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You crap with C, you crap with Kuno. You threaten her, you threaten to take her away, and then we pass an empathy check. This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now. The boy looks you in the eye, black pupils trying to focus. I am going to kill you. I run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later and crap you up. You understand? We pass a half-life check. He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes he will. I can respect that, we can say to Kuno, and he goes, all right. And he wipes the sweat off his brow. Now we can do business. We pass an endurance check. He's breathing heavily. That took something out of him. Business, we can say, and he says, yeah, what do you want? Kuno can hook you up with. He starts no longer whispering. Don't hook him up with this crap, Kuno, says Kunoise. Kuno says, see, relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, he turns back to you. You get all kinds of crap. Kuno's going to get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno's going to get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. And we gain 5 experience. I'm exhausted at this point. That's right, Kuno's a candy store for pigs now. Get ready to be rewarded, he concludes, spreading his hands like a baker, presenting a selection of freshly baked pastries. Weird. What is it about running you an errand and illegal narcotics, Kuno? And he says Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. His eyes bulge, their veins reaching up like tree branches. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now Junkie's clawing at Kuno's door. Street's going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it. Okay, we can nod. And he says, dirty popo man is you. He nods at the building behind him. And there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half the speed. Who's your dad, Kuno? We can say. And he says, Kuno's dad is a crapping monster, he says proudly. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a crap about a single thing. And he drinks too. How much material are we talking about here, we can ask. And he says, like half. He says very confidently, half of what? A baggie. But like in a vial. But that's not very much material at all, we can say. And Kuno says, crap you talking about? Half a G? This crap is giant, grade A crap. So clean, you can barely see it. And we pass a visual calculus check. You can barely see it because there's barely any. I've made up my mind, Kuno, and this is what's going to happen. Okay, Kuno's listening. We have 5 options. I'm not going in there, or I'm going to go in there all guns blazing to get that speed because I need it. Or 2, I'm going to go in there but not for the speed. I'm going after the most violent man in Revachol. Or 3, I'm going to go in there for justice. I'm a narc, Kuno. I'm going to confiscate that crap. Or 4, I'm going to go in there for justice. I'm a narc, Kuno. And I'm going to confiscate that crap. But we're going to lie because we need the speed. He's most likely going to like it if we go, I'm going to go in there guns blazing. And he says, all right, Pig, you can plug him, but you can't stop him. It'll only buy you time. Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already crapped your way in. Kuno knows everything. He aggressively points at his eyes. Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door police violence style. Kuno style. Then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent craphead. Oh, that's it, he concludes. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his crap. Kim says, what the hell are you signing us up for? I'm going to go kill Kuno's dad, we could say. Or I'm a bad addict cop, and I'm going to get my fix. Or, come on, Kim. And we whisper, obviously I'm not going to take it. We just need to get the drugs away from a minor. And Kim says, okay then, and he concedes. Gee whiz, no option to get this kid to cut the body down. Do we have to do this drug thing first? Let's talk about the body again. Nothing else there. Let's talk about the crime again. The dead man's clothes were in the trash container, and we can point to the container. How did they get there? And Kuno says, yeah, Kuno doesn't know crap about that. That crap is beneath Kuno. I need to know. It could be a lead in the investigation. Someone may have tampered with the murder scene. And Kuno says, listen, and he stops us. Kuno doesn't care about the small-time crap. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad crap. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Crap like Kuno's wearing. He points to his pants. Your size, good price, 500 real. Wait, we can say, I asked you what happened to his clothes. You must have seen them lying around. Or, all right, entertain me. What's so great about these pants? Or, no, Kuno, you don't know anything about the tampering I'm investigating, and I already have pants. All right, let's find out what's so great about his pants. And he says, Pig, these are Fawn modulars, liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival crap, made in Morova by scientists, pants scientists. Believe it, you need this crap. And he unzips his jacket to give you a quick sneak peek at the plastic-wrapped pants. They're graphite black and look brand new. We pass a suave fair check. These could drastically improve your chances of survival in urban wilderness. And then we pass a physical instrument check. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready. Are we going to buy this kid's pants now? Is that what this game is doing? I might be interested in the pants. Let's talk about this later. And he says, all right, Piggo. His face lights up. Crap's rolling. And Kuno says, don't do business with the pig, Kuno. He's going to steal all your money, Kuno. As you can see, says Kuno, and Kuno nods towards the fence. Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust. And we pass an empathy check. There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle for now. Well, my goodness. There was also a mug in the trash. And then we can show him the mug, and he says, the crap? A mug in the trash? This is about the crap in clothes again? Yes, we can say, what does this racist mug have to do anything with it? Or yes, this adequate depiction of a South Samoan man have anything to do with it? Or yes, does this quaint, better not taken out of its historical context mug have anything to do with it? Or actually, let's talk about, this makes me uncomfortable. Let's talk about the racist mug. He goes, yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. He whispers excitedly, you saying you pigs are after the mug crapper? Because he's the clothes crapper. Oh. Kuno says, can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno. That's exactly what I'm saying, Kuno. Someone has tampered with the crime scene, cleaned some of it up. And Kuno says, crap, that's tense. And he thinks for a moment. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator. And he nods in approval. And we pass a physical instrument check. The kid may have something there. He's already come up with an interrogation technique, too. Kuno says, Kuno doesn't know who put that crap in there, and if he did, he wouldn't squeal, but if you find out, maybe you can... And then Kuno says, stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. She lets out a hiss, even meaner than before. Get away from my Kuno, crapper. And we gain 5 experience. Yeah, Kuno jumps back. Get your bacon crap away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the po-po. Get your crap done and get out of Kuno's face. Well, we almost got it there. And apparently we need to buy his pants. So is that ladder yours? We can ask. And he says, no, it's not crapping Kuno's. It's ancient. Look at it. And Kuno says, an evil squeak comes from behind the fence. He thinks you're crapping for Kuno. He says you climbed the ladder up in your magic tree house. Kuno says, get the crap out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't have time to have a magic tree house. What's in the greenhouse over there, we can say? And he says, dunno, and he shrugs. Kipped-ass gardener used to work there. Wait, what do you mean by kipped, we can ask? And he says, look it up in the library. Kuno's not a crapping dictionary. And he shakes his head. Crapping small brain. Kuno means the gardener, all right? Hold on, the gardener used to work there, we can say? And he says, yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. He fills his lung with rancid air. His eyes get a little watery. Craps nothing on Kuno. The gardener? She's actually not a gardener. Turns out she's a union fixer. The crap does that have to do with the Kuno? Kuno doesn't give a crap who she is, and we get damaged morale. Electrochemistry. You were expecting relaying this information to him to be more rewarding, right? Telling him you found out that she isn't a gardener? You know what you should do if you want to get rewarded? Drugs. Drugs are more rewarding than work. Or alcohol. If you don't want to do drugs, alcohol is just as rewarding, but it isn't a drug. This has been going on for quite a while, hasn't it? You've been thinking about drugs and alcohol for a long time. Now, juicy drugs, tasty alcohol, and we gain 5 experience. Seems kind of boring now going back to, what was this about? Some yard? Yards aren't interesting, only drugs are interesting. Drugs and alcohol, you feel sad now, but what can you do? Life has got to go on. With a heavy sigh, you say, oh, I might have some questions later. For now, let's talk about something else. So, we need 15 real so that we can buy these awesome pants. Grants +1 to Suave Fair and +1 to Physical Instrument. So, I definitely want them, but we need 15 real. Okay, I'm off, Kuno. Kuno doesn't care. Good God. Well, let's try the body again. Endurance legendary, but 42%. Yes! As you crack open the ammonia ampule and breathe it in, the odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wiring itself empty. With your eyes squinting, you stand in it. Do they always do that? Kim says, they do after 7 days. Yes, we are deep in decomposition here. We can step closer. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength. We can inspect the boots. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. We pass an Inland Empire check. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you. Out of place somehow. What kind of boots are these, we can ask, and Kim says they're armor, not boots. With his notebook under his arm, the lieutenant crouches to inspect the soles. Technically speaking, these are sabatons. Okay, what kind of armor is this? And Kim says ceramic plate, zirconium dioxide most likely. This is where the make would be. Where? Under the heel. Fair weather. He turns the boots to slightly. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. Where's the rest of it? Scavenged by the locals? And he nods. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. New task. Where's the rest of the armor? We should keep a lookout for the pieces. The armor could yield information. He nods towards Kuno, who's eyeing you suspiciously. This is one thing he might actually know. We pass a pain threshold check. If you wear these pieces, it'll help me protect your mortal coil. Why does my mortal coil need protecting, we can ask, and Pain Threshold says yes, bullets will fly. They always do, and the coil is fleshy and mush and permeable, cast in ceramic shell, resist death. Maybe he was just wearing these boots and there's no rest of the armor, and we get 5 experience, but Kim says no, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it, and this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics. What if they told him to strip before they hung him, to demean him? And Kim says they usually hang them completely naked for that. La Puta Madre, the Mazda, the Besmertes, and the like. This one still has his underpants. Crapping talking about underpants, says Kuno. The material looks out of place here, we can say, and Kim says it is. It's expensive. The lieutenant draws a line in the condensation on the ceramic with his index finger. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. How much are we talking about, we can say? And he says, for a full set, about 4 years of wages. Ka-ching, baby! And we can nod to the boots. By ka-ching, do you mean, he tilts his head, let's not log them as evidence. Let's steal them. Suggestion. What was that about constabulary before? You need to push some buttons if you want to recruit the lieutenant into a conspiracy. If this constabulatory is dragging their feet, why not start ourselves before more good men die? And Kim says, so they don't get shot in the foot? I think our extremities are fine without a dead man's boots. We can say, yeah, we can say, let's try, suggestion, oops, well, no one said it would work, back to detecting now. How could this man afford such expensive hardware, we can say, and Kim says that's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. That is just a hearsay. Initial report, we can say, and he says, just something I scraped together from my station, an area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same. We pass an empathy check. He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful. These look pretty advanced for a security guard, we can say, and he says, I agree. This equipment is way beyond that a guard can afford. We can knock on the boot. A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. Suddenly, our biceps coil up. Our elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch. Sounds fragile. It's anything but, says Kim. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. He points to the boot. See? Faint organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether. Like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and pearly. We can pull the boot off. This feels dangerous. Are you sure? We can grab the boot under our arm. The stench fills our nostrils. As we push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above. Stop, says Kim. The lieutenant's voice is sharp. He looks at you with the boot under your arm. Pig's gonna pull his head off. Brutal. What, we can say. Even the mongrels can see you're about to pull his head off. Do it, homo. This is how I would pull his head off. Do what, we can say, and Kim says, pull his head off. There's no point performing any autopsy. If you do, we'll have it compromised the coroner's case. What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on that boot? These boots would go super well with my bell-bottom pants. This advanced enemy technology, we should conduct research into their weaknesses. Are we not detectives? There may be clues inside the boot. You said they're expensive. I thought I could pawn them, earn some lucre. It's that constabulatory thing I said before. With the dead guys, I want to protect them. Or I'm sorry, I didn't even want to take them off. I just thought I should try. Okay, let's step back from this. We don't want his head to go pop. Try what exactly? I wanted to see what would happen. And he says, I don't think we should do anything just for the hell of it. Besides, the lieutenant taps on the boot. There's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots. Okay, anyone sick yet? This is getting disgusting. They're fused to his feet now. Why do you think the locals haven't scavenged them? And we pass an interfacing check. There might still be a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around. Steal a dead man's boots? But that would be dishonorable. Or sounds like a plan we can accept. Getting the hanged man's boots, new task. The anticipation makes you crack your fingers, feels nice and cracky. What's going to happen to the boots then? And Kim says processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing, but we must pick our fights. He looks around, towards the boots. Should we continue? We can back off and look at the corpse. Well, all of that was just boots. Are we ready to inspect the belt yet? Holy cow, I need some liquids in my mouth. My mouth is going dry. All this talking. Holy cow. Let's inspect the belt. The hanged man's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. We pass an electrochemistry check. Oh my, there's something on the belt, a familiar word that speaks to the thirst within you. What was that? A word? And we gain 5 experience. Vermilion in yellow letters along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing for vermilion golden spirits lets you decipher the fading logo of the local brewery. I should get a drink, we think, or this is a bad time for a drink, right? Probably a bad time. And Kim says, extremely. What kind of rope is this? And Kim says, industrial strength, the kind used for tying cargo to lorries. And we pass an Inland Empire check like in a circus. When the circus leaves town and they tie a black-spotted giraffe to the wall of a carry pen. Okay. All right, well, we'll try that. And Kim says, he considers it. No, more like in a harbor, like the one just east of here. I get the sense they used whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. By they, do you mean the Hardy Boys? And Kim says he nods. Right now, everything seems to fit their confession. They sure wanted him to stay there. The polyester seems strong. And Kim says it's not merely polyester, it's steel reinforced. He rises to inspect the noose. See these lines? This is where the wires run. I see rabbits for more than 20 strands. How did they even get him up there? Or this makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed. How did they even get him up there, we can ask? And Kim says, a noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. He points to the buckle tying to the belt tying the belt to the branch above. We can back off again and look at the corpse. Let's inspect the tattoos. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. From the right shoulder to the solar plexus, each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars. What will mine be marked by? Alcohol and heartbreak, says Inland Empire. Your fists clench suddenly. It will be riddled by bullet holes. It'll be riddled with disco! Yeah! Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened. Now it disintegrates slowly. Is this the map of the night sky? Is this a microelectronic system? Is this a national pattern? I'm thinking it's a microelectronic system. And Kim says, I only have a cursive knowledge of the science of cybernetics. I would not know if it were, but it's not quite complex enough, is it? We pass an interfacing check. It doesn't seem familiar from inside of any radio computer your mind can imagine. The somewhat organic lines remind you of old filament memory units, but not quite. No, you're nowhere near right. I'm missing something here. And so am I, says Kim. A sudden ringing fills the air as the lieutenant pulls down the zipper on his orange jacket. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminum from his coat pockets and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera. What's that, we can say? And Kim says, a Trigat Sunshine Mini. And Kunoe says, crap, Kuno, what the crap is that? And Kim says, an instant color camera. He produces 2 metal-capped ampules and clicks them into place on the side of the apparatus. A thin slot shines there. Suggestion, this is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence. Kim says, I have only 2 ampules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one. He points the camera at the corpse, peering into it. The lens needs adjusting. Then a sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper rolling out. So it's a Polaroid. On it, a color-perfect copy of the dead man's tattooed chest. In case we need it, the lieutenant says while shaking the paper, letting it dry in the cold wind. Cool machine, we can say, and he says yes. He slides the camera closed and tucks it away into his belt. It is pretty cool, isn't it? There is only 1 ampule left. Use it wisely. What do we need this photo for, we can ask? And we get a new task. It contains insight into the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was something important to him. It is his letter to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Can I have it? I should look at it later without the corpse smell. And see, he says, sure, just don't lose it. He hands you the piece of rolled up photo paper. It's no larger than a pack of cigarettes. The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms. We can look him in the eyes. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Empathy. Underneath the curdled meat, jeez, what a way to describe it. There is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death. Really? This man enjoyed the moment of death? Why do you think so, says Kim. It was an intuition, we can say. He says, okay, and the lieutenant marks something in his notebook. Inland Empire, medium 10, tell me who you are, dead man. I am gone, says the hanged man. Where have you gone? Into the wild pale yonder. Where's that? In the past. Way out in the west. I can see you're gone, but who are you? We can ask, and he says, I'm a joke. Look at me. You are now, but who were you when you were alive? We can ask, and he says, a killer. A crapping crap. And a killer. Takes one to know one, says Half-Life. I have another question. Go ahead, Kobo, says the body. What is happening? What do you mean? I'm talking to you. It's the power of your black, frothy liquid starts bubbling on his lips. Imagination. Horrific Necktie decides to chime in. Yeah, man, don't be crazy. Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much. He loves those, says the hanged man. Why do I love questions so much? We can ask the dead man, and he says, because you're a copperoony. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Yeah, give me some. Give me a comical amount of questions. Oh, God. Look at all of these questions. Is my name Rooney? A Rooney? Crap, no. You're no Rooney. I do strike myself as a Rooney. Rooney is obviously not who I am. Of course not. The name is Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. Listen to yourself. You're not a Raphael anything. You're probably just Harry or something. That's right, Harry. I feel like I've been getting a lot of Harry lately. No, it can't be Harry. I refuse. Could I really be Harry? And he says, you can be anything you want to be, Brother Capo. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible? Because you have. says the body. Who killed you? Love did me in, Brother Capo. It was love all along. Can you ask me a question? Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this? What? Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder? 1, I don't have anything else to do. This case is all I have. 2, because he told me to, and we can nod to Kim. 3, maybe this will lead to something. Something indescribable, unforeseen, miraculous. And we gain 5 experience. Ha! The clown lips on the corpse appear to smile. The face rotates before you, slowly. We pass a shivers check. Something is on its way, something hidden. It's coming, a miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air on your hands, the cold spring air smoothing over them. I hate you. You stink and you're boring. The hanged man says, do I remind you of someone? A deep sea creature, a baby affected with harlequinism? What? You don't remind me of anyone. Let's go with deep sea creature. No, not quite. Be fair now. A baby affected by harlequinism? You sure wriggled out of that one, Copperoni. Why were you feeling pleasure when you died? And we gained 5 experience. Maybe I was getting my rocks off? First, do you have to speak like that? What dialect is that anyway? Or 2, so you were feeling sexual arousal when they were hanging you? God, this game. First to first, dialect, whatever. It's a mishmash, Copper Bolo. You think I'm Messinian, don't you? For you, this is how people from Messina speak. I'm not even sure what Messina is. And the hanged man says, well, I'm not from Messina, am I? My hair is too light a shade of brown. Trust your inner racist. What are you, racist now? And he says, you think I am. You think I was a racist because this lump looks military and has tattoos. That's called profiling. So you were feeling sexual arousal when they were hanging you? And the hanged man says, do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you? Well, for the stream, what is erotic auto-asphyxiation? Oh, God. Captain Copper Dromo, I fear we are drifting away, fixating on sexuality again. Let's go with a simpler question. Enough. You can come back and look into this face anytime you want. Humor yourself with my harlequin features. Ask me your little questions. Freshen your memory. Create associations. Remind yourself of your mortality, Copper Lopo. We can squint and take a step back. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. We can observe. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air. I'm squinting, Kim. Why am I doing this? And Kim says, how should I know why you're squinting, officer? We can squint harder. His face and hands are pink. Thighs, too. The rest is greenish. Kim says, oh, he snorts. You're trying to assess lividity, and we relax our eyes. The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color coursing through dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his foot. How much of this is there? So what do you think, says Kim? Well, I think he's dead. After all of that, we think he's probably dead. I don't know what to think. What do you think? We can cover our nose. Something is coming out of him. He's beaten up. See the bruises? And we can back off and catch our breath. There are bruises. He's beaten up. I do, says Kim. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport. Stop talking in riddles, coin slot, says Kuno. And then Kuno says, he means you crapped him up good, Kuno. The girl yells, crapped him up brutal-like. Something's coming out of him. A pool of blood and feces. Jeez. Has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop. Purge liquid, people! The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death. The crap he's saying, says Kuno. And Kuno says, crapper's talking about crap. We could say we got lucky, or maybe he went to the toilet sometime before death, or doggone right, I'm a crapper. We can turn around and, yeah, let's do that. And Kunui says malicious laughter erupts in the yard. Sounds like seagulls. Pig said he's a crapper. Kim Kitsuragi says the lieutenant's face is made of stone. He's not amused. I think he's dead, we can say. I agree, says Kim. Suggestion. There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silently. Totally dead, says Kim. 1, totally. Or 2, this Buster's not coming back. Or 3, daddy, dead. Or 4, what is dead anyway? I'm doing it, daddy, dead. And Kim says, Daba doop dead. He says without a hint of melody. Not one muscle in his face moves. What? These two cops are singing a made-up dead song standing before a rotting corpse that crapped himself. This is the game we're playing. Okay, I don't know what to think. What do you think we can say? And he says, I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet and his neck. He points to his battered chin. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with hanging. That's what I think. Could still be he was moved after death. And Kim says there's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We have to get him down first. Let's see what the other ones were. Yep, seems like a lynching to me. And he says everything here seems to corroborate that assumption, but we should still get him down before signing probable cause of death. We can back off and catch our breath. So how do we get him down? This is like the question we've been aiming at for the past 4 streams. He stops to think, then checks his notes. Are you sure we've finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's down. Okay, we can step back and have another look. But we went through all of this. All right, let's just go through it all really quickly. Back off. Yep, we went through all of that. Oh, we forgot this. Like in a harbor? Yes, it looks like they used whatever was on hand. All right, so we did that. We can look at his tattoos. We can look him in the eye. We already went through that disgusting dialogue tree. Yep, the preliminary examination is done. Let's get him down from there. And we get 70 experience. The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach for the belt. Vladimir says, oh, what's even this game? I don't even know. It's just everything is rich in unique dialogue. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither of us can reach the belt without assistance, and even if we do, there's the question of cutting it. Physical instrument, there's no question. There's only cutting. How hard can it be? I can cut the belt easily. I already have the chain cutters. I don't doubt your physical prowess, officer, says Kim, but that's aircraft strength material, and we do not have a secure platform to perform the procedure on. The risk of acrobatic failure is one we cannot take. We must not become comedy for the locals. Kuno says, the crap have you got against comedy, pigs? Can someone else do it, we can ask? And Kim says, someone else? He pauses. You mean like the police? I mean someone who's below detective, we can ask. And he says, someone like a paid garbage man or ceiling crew? I have bad news for you. That is a detective. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down. We could saw off the branch. Climb up there and saw off the branch, says Kim. Yes, we say, either one of us could do it. We could use the kid's ladder on the side of the tree. And Kim says, I don't trust that ladder. The assailants didn't use it. It's rotten and less sturdy than it looks. And I don't see another good way up there. He looks around, then at you. Honestly, I prefer a non-acrobatic solution to this. Why, we can ask, and he says, clown cop climbs tree. Fall down, he says, furrowing his brow. Enraged cop assaults children after falling down tree. Cretin cop, they like that word, saws the branch he's sitting on, literally. Local children report corpse mutilation. Crap yeah! Climb that crap, monkeys, says Kunoise. See, you're only making them do those things less, says Kuno. 1, can you see the future, Kim? Or 2, I'm not afraid of newspapers. We shouldn't be. 3, so we're going to just let those kids bully us into not doing our work. Or 4, you're right. The risks are too high and too many. Let's do number 3. Or no, let's do number 1. So you can see the future, Kim? And Kim says, no, I do not see the future. I made those up using 2 decades in the Revicolian police force as a reference point. Well, we're just going to let those kids bully us then? And he says, what I'm proposing is we save acrobatic tricks for the last, after we've tried everything else. Kunoise says, these have got to be the most crapping, boring, blah, blah, blah I've ever seen. Seems like a lot of hassle. Let's not do it, we can say. And Kim says, we are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our job to keep him up there, but to get him down. Physical instrument. Just pull his rotting head off. The meat's cooked anyway. Just give the boot another yank and it's done. Let's just pull his head off, we can ask. And he says it's tempting, but decapitating him will make it impossible to ascertain whether he was really hung. The damage to the neck would make coronary work pointless. Maybe we should shoot him down, we can ask. Kunoise says, yeah! The enthusiasm is unrestrained. Bang, bang time, pigs! Shoot his head off! Kim says the lieutenant remains unaffected. How? I don't know, just, shoot him up there, maybe. Point your gun at the branch, or shoot the belt. The bullet will break. Break it. And Kim says, it absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It'll maybe cut one thread loose. Yeah, now we're talking, says Kuno. Entertain Kuno with some crap. And Kunoise says, they'll miss. The pigs will miss, Kuno. Suggestion. The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea. Jeez. 1, take the shot, Lieutenant. What's the worst thing that could happen? 2, actually don't. It has bad idea written all over it. 3, wait, let me try. 4, say nothing, let him choose. Let me try. The man's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said. Take the shot, Lieutenant. What's the worst thing that can happen? Actually, don't. It has bad idea written all over him. Let him choose. Right, so he won't let me do it. Let's let him choose. Silence. With his elbows sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scourging stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. He then steps back and assumes the fallow test position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger. Easy does it, partner. Shoot that crappity crap down, or say nothing. Easy does it, partner. He's gonna crapping met. The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself, doggone it. Oh my God, that was so many types of wrong. Who taught Four Eyes to shoot? Whip up a grueling training regiment for him right now. Beat the man into him. Go, go, go. Empathy says he feels bad about it, about his eyes mostly, just having bad eyesight, probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him. Kunoise says, crapping, idiot, blah, 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 jerk. Kuno says, Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not a crapping handicap, is he? We could berate the man. What the hell is wrong with you, Sally? You need to square your shoulders. Or, it's okay, man. Or, try again, maybe? Let's try again now. And he says, no, we're lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. He looks around at the windows overlooking the yard. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that. Okay, what now? And he says, I have to say it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. Take his gun and show him how to do it. Can I have the gun? Should I try? It's bad as it is, us shooting firearms like punks. He pauses, then shrugs and proceeds to load the pistolet. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you, just don't lose it. The piece shines in his outstretched hand. They only have one gun, says Kuno Weiss. Kuno says, this is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno has ever seen. We get the A9 armistice. Yeah, take it, you crapping bannock of what? Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth. We can feel the weight first. The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your finger fits right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger. You've held this, a P9 armistice, before. At some point, it probably used to be your choice of firearm. It still feels comfortable, like you've never laid it down. The crap are you waiting for? Kuno, tell him to shoot himself in the mouth. Half-Life says Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The trigger feels delicate and ready to break under your fingers. We can point the gun at the belt. The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm. Why don't you shoot yourself instead, you crap mouth? She hisses. At least you won't miss. Empathy tells us this isn't mere boundary pushing. There's a true suicidal rage in the kid as she's provoking you. Oh, no. Hand-eye coordination 12. We can close our left eye first. Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, slick with the falling rain. The corpse slowly rotates. Look, he's crying. You're gonna cry now, you crapping guy? 28%. We can say, shut up. Or what? You gonna crap me? Her voice is almost a whisper now. You wanna crap me, pig? Is that what this is about? It's a red check. It cannot be retried. %. Let's do it. Yeah! Oh, we got it down. Look at that. 28%. And we shot it down with a gun. That's how you do it, Kim. That's how a superstar detective does it. Captain Navy says, love your videos, Ox. Vault 94 is open and free to explore in the private public test server. Very interesting stuff. Thank you. I plan to do a video on it when the time comes. The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slumped down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself. Who killed you? And began 5 experience. Communism? Communism? Is that a dig at the Hardy Boys? Or the Union guys? Reaction speed, it takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench. We could end by saying, you've been policed. RCM, baby, RCM. Or how did I do that? Or who's laughing now, you little crap? That's it. That's the punchline he can say. Shoot the body down, twirl it, put it in the holster. You've been policed. That's awful. Or we're just going to say RCM, baby, RCM. Aces high, says Kim. The lieutenant raises his right hand, wanting you to slap it. You could add an aces low to it if you like, by turning your back after the high and waiting for another. Okay, do we slap it? Do we slap it and wait for an aces low? Or do we leave him hanging? I'm not going to leave him hanging. I'm going to slap it and do an aces high. Yeah, that's right. The high arrives with a sharp slap. As you turn around, there is a moment of doubt. Feels like that low ain't going to connect. Chill, it's gonna connect. That's right. Kim, man, he's our pal, right? We've got the spirit decor at all-time high. We're a duo, a dynamic duo. We're solving cases and shooting bodies off of trees. Aces low. But then it does, and with furious precision. The lieutenant is not one to leave an aces low hanging. Kuno says, I knew these guys were crap. His voice deeply approving. Yeah, we're crap. You got a problem with it? And Kuno cracks with laughter. Sounds like someone strangling a seagull. It's clear he enjoys himself. Kunoise says, I knew they suck each other. Bah! I can't say that. I can't say that, man. Come on, guys. I gotta read more slowly. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. What now, says Kunoise? New task, perform an autopsy. We will perform the field autopsy and determine the cause of death, but before, excuse me, he needs to turn away from the corpse. It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here, just a little breather before we do the autopsy. Wait, field autopsy, we can say? He's like, yeah, and he covers his nose. The 4 phases of a murder scene. 1, investigation of the scene. I'm satisfied with that part. The trash container, the prints, we've been thorough here. 2, initial examination of the victim. We were pretty good in our efforts, and the autopsy will provide another chance. 3, field autopsy. This will not be pleasant or easy, and it will have to be performed at the scene. Kuno says, the crap are they on about? I so wish these 2 kids were not watching us perform a field autopsy and shouting obscenities at us. The cops are going to cut his crap up next, says Kunoise. And Kim says, 4 and final, transport of the coroner's case to the district morgue. I'll do that. The lieutenant stops. God, he stinks. Don't we have someone else for the autopsy, like a doctor in a... we could say. Vic says... in our last episode. Yeah, how am I going to cover all of this at the beginning of the next live stream? Kim says, no, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From crime scene to autopsy to cleanup, we do it all. Honorary rank, we say, and he says, an honor and a burden attached to your rank. Mine is Lieutenant Detective. Unfortunately, I can't tell you how tired I am of this corpse. He's growing truly tired of it, not merely moodiness. His tolerance limit is near. I don't think I'm a detective, we can say. And he says, with shooting like that, of course you are. Your station would not have assigned you to this case otherwise. All right, we can say. And we have to give him back the gun now? Oh, no. In the meantime, says Kim, we should try to interview Everard Clare, the leader of the union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. He points to the belt, the harbor just east of here. Getting in might prove a challenge, though. New task, interview the Wild Pines rep. Or we could ask around for the representative of the logistics company. My initial information says the Wild Pines have sent some sort of strike negotiator to wrangle control from Everard. Is this the famous list of initial interviewees, we can ask? And he says, yes, he nods slowly. And those were the interviewees. Let's go. So wait, we're not going to perform the autopsy? I guess we're going to have a breather first. Oh, that was exhausting. Well, we got the body down. Let's see if our lady friend will answer our questions now. Remember, there was one question we asked her about how he looked that she wouldn't answer because she was looking at his corpse. So let's go get that question answered. Oh, I think there's something new that I can internalize. Yep. Spend 1 skill point to unlock a new slot. Yep. Okay, so we've got 3 that we can start to internalize. -2 half... wait a minute. I want all of them, and I've got 3. So let's unlock that. There we go. Internalize. 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 Right. So I need to unlock the rest first. Kingdom of Conscience, Kol Damama, Dakwa, and then Ace's Law. Whew, map. Let's see. I could try the barbell again. Physical instrument. Backyard wall, that's impossible. I could try the policeman cloak. Which one was this one? Oh, that's the one on the rooftop. All right, I need to go to the rooftop to try that again. I could try the map wall, but I don't want to steal it. The warded door challenging. Where was the warded door again? I don't remember where that was. Well, let's go try and get the police coat after this. First, let's head upstairs. I just put the wrong end of the cigar in my mouth. Thankfully, it wasn't on fire. Oh. I need to start paying attention. Now I've got really dry mouth. Oh, there was something on that window. Sorry, I missed a window down there. Let me go do that. Jessica Sharp says, are you going to finish the DLC of Layers of Fear for Scotch and Smoke Rings? I don't know. I really want to get... So I don't think there's enough in the DLC for me to do an entire live stream. I think we kind of finished most of it last week. And I really do want to get into Resident Evil 7. So I think I might not complete the Layers of Fear DLC for Thursday's stream and just go into Resident Evil 7. In the yard below, a corpse lies under the pine tree. Okay, so that's new because we got the corpse down. Deuteronomy says, I've done that before, but usually I was drunk. I'm drunk on words. I'm drunk on my enjoyment of this game. I'm drunk on art. Okay, the body's down. Now will you tell me about the description?
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
We can't look her in the eye. We need more volition. We went through all of this before. Where was the part about his description? There we go. She still says she can't do it. I took it down. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him like he is now. All right, I guess I've also seen him in my dreams, we can say. And she says, you have? Not like I do, I imagine. She has run out of a cigarette. Time to light a new one. She sees them in each other's arms. Oh, did we read into that? I see him as me, or you're in each other's arms. Yes, and then he's dead. His mouth agape. She looks into the light green pack of cigarettes and pulls out another one, prepping to light it. I see him as me. And she dips the cigarette in the lighter's flame and inhales, then looks at you with her lungs full of smoke. I can see the similarity, yes, she breathes out through her nostril. The air smells of menthol. Funny, the lieutenant says softly. Funny how, she says. Nothing, says Kim. He nods towards the yard. I also saw him. We had a long inspection of that sort of thing. And that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's move on. All right, that's about it. Wait, is there something else in the room? That door, now that we've unlocked the elevator, did you know it led to an elevator? And we get 5 experience, and she says, I did not. She takes a drag of her cigarette and smiles. Mystery solved then. I kept wondering where it led. There may be more to this mystery at some later time. She's holding back. Let's make a mental note of it for now. Okay, so we'll talk about it again later. There were tracks on the floor. They're recent. Huh. This isn't good, she says. It's an old pinball workshop. The room back there, this place used to be a pinball arcade. Okay, and she smiles. I'm glad someone's had fun. That's all for now. She flicks the ash from a cigarette absent-mindedly. She's lost in thought. Eyes narrowed, forehead furrowed. All right, that's it. Well, we unlocked a few others, but we still can't get the one we wanted. Corpse is down. We need to come back later. I want to go get my coat. And to get my coat, we need to go into that shack, Kuno's shack. Only through Kuno's shack can we get to the top, I believe. So let's go get the coat. Then I want to go to the western side of town and talk to the lady on the yacht. I think that she's got an important role to play. She's probably the guy, if I'm guessing correctly, who hired the man who is now dead to break up the union squabble that's going on. That's my guess. I want to find out whether or not I'm right. Then when we're done with that, we can go into the apartment complex to talk to the guy who was smoking the cigarette on the balcony in the last episode and maybe find Kuno's father. Although I don't even know if I want a coat because I'm really digging the trench coat that we picked up here. Incollectio says maybe there's more to see on the body now that it's down. Yeah, though I thought Kim said that he wanted to walk away. He needed a break because the stench was... Ooh, hold on. That's actually a fallen slogan from an aggressive youth-oriented campaign. Now that we've unlocked a dialogue about the pants, we better understand what that is. Okay, let's try for the code again. We're going to have to pass a visual calculus check. But maybe we're high enough now that we can do so. Actually, before we do, let's see how many points I have left to spec into my character. Visual calculus, where is that? Let's do it. Okay. Do I have any more points? Let's just accept that. Oh, it's a Suave Fair check. Whoops. I thought it was visual calculus. Doggone it. Reaction speed. Interfacing. Let's try it. Oh. So I'm gonna have to do Suave Fair there. Milosh says, didn't mention it in a while. Much love for Ox and all of Ox fans. You're amazing, beautiful, wonderful people, and I admire you all. Thank you, Milosh. We love having you here as well. Wow, I lost 2 morale and 1 health in that. All right, well, let's heal up a little bit. Actually, I'll wait. Can I get over there? I can't get over there. Put my clothes back on that I want. Okay, let's go to the western side of town and talk to Yacht Lady. Oh, you want me to inspect the body now that it's on the ground? All right, I'll try and see if Kim will let me. The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. First, what exactly is a field autopsy, we can ask? Come on, officer, says Kim. He pulls on a pair of latex gloves. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. Do you have another pair of gloves, we can ask? And he says, unfortunately, no. I have gardening gloves. Maybe they're enough, we can ask? And he says, they're better than nothing. The lieutenant looks at the gloves. Tell you what, I perform the anatomical side of things while you take notes. We just fill this in, right? Show him the red field autopsy form in our ledger, and we gain 5 experience. That's right. We can open our ledger at the field autopsy form. The dead man stares in silence as we crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11 field info form needs filling out first, but it begins with number 1, assistant. That's you. We'll go Raphael Ambrosius Costeau. The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings. It just lies there. The next box, coroner's case number, and then he gives us a case number, which we write down. Next, NA, date of birth, age, NA. The man corrects his glasses, roughly 50. The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook. Race, mondial, we write it down. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything else. Sex, crappity crap, the little monster exclaims energetically. Male, says Kim. Pig's gonna have sex, says Kim. We can write crappity crap, or pig's gonna have sex, or male. Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face. Date of death, we're still going with March 4th, 51. What else? He looks over your shoulder. 9, body identified by is non-applicable. 10, case number is the same as the coroner's case. Listens motionless with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only 1 box remains. Evidence of treatment, none. At least not after the initial examination. A strange word, treatment. What exactly is treatment anyway? I agree. Lividity pointed to a lynching. Lividity pointed to a lynching. I'm not sure. Didn't the footprints look like he was carried over? Agreed. No treatment. Well, we could try the carried over. They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over, says Kim. This man was more than a match for untrained dock workers. He places his hand on the dead man's chest as if in preparation. Composure. Success. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It is the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature. A holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, Esprit de Corps. Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small woodshed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside. Light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette ball-like against the window. Outside, Grand Couron. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Torson. Hand extended, he approaches to make sure she is dead. More than anything else, shivers. The building is tall. 7 stories, wind wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide. The other an accident, the small one. And so all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath. So is he doing a flashback to a moment where he found a fat woman who committed suicide and a small toddler who was looking for her and fell off on her own, both dead. We should start the post-mortem and return the page. The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why. Number 1, external examination summary. Clothes, he begins. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Bradburdine, I think. Let's see. He turns the body onto its side and checks the underwear label. See, it's happening, says Kuno. Kim says Bradburdine, yes, inexpensive. Size M, color white. Kunoise says the disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid. And we write it down. The boots are ceramic. Vitreous enamel. They're fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing. Drama. It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else. When am I going to get them? We can say patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity after the lieutenant has gone to sleep. I hope this has helped you, my liege. We can omit the boots. Tattoos. He stands up, feet planted on either side of the body. The upper torso is covered in a single continuous tattoo resembling a microelectrical circuit board. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings to be added to the case file as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene using Trigat Mini. Write it down. But wait a minute, if we write down that we took a photo and the boots show up in the photo, won't people put 2 and 2 together that we stole the boots? The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow, length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. We can write it down. He produces a measuring tape, well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters, generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good, ambient temperature below freezing. The spine is bent more than the lieutenant compensated for. This buster's actual height is about 1.85, and no, you could not take him straight on. I'm going to write down 1.85 meters, Lieutenant, and we gain 5 experience. Of course, I undercompensated, and he pockets the tape. We write it down. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. He kneels in to get a better look. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back short. We can touch the corpse's hair before moving on. His hair feels wet, soaked with rain, cold to the touch. Not that different from a living person after a swim. We can stroke his hair gently. The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to your hand like thread of a rag doll's head. Interfacing. There's Brilliante in there. He's combed his hair back with oil. Oh, we can keep petting it. Jeez. Let's keep petting him. More hair sticks to your hand. Hair off the rain. Soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull. An alien landscape. For a fraction of a second, you feel something. An irregularity. But then it's gone. Too minute to register to your mind. There, dead man. You were someone's child. It's all over now. Wait, was that a bump? What was that? Brilliantine? There's brilliantine in his hair. There, baby. The lieutenant watches you in silence. We write it down. Short, light brown, male pattern baldness. And we can write down adding the brilliantine. That was some sick crap. Ooh, we stroked the head. And the poor kid is like, that was pretty sick. Kim says, he coughs. Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown, low velocity. Kuno says, crapping low velocity, the kid explodes. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was crapping max. He's upset Kim said low velocity. Talking crap about Kuno's velocity, Kim says the lieutenant pays no heed. In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Write down but amend for high velocity. Kuno is never going to read the report. But what the heck, we'll put down high velocity. Ligature marks. The lieutenant produces a small folding knife, with the other hand pulling on the belt. He starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut. The steel wiring, he concedes, breathless. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature marks. You've got just the right tool for that, the chain cutters. Oh yeah, I'm prepared. We can pet the chain cutters. Or a good thing we've got these chain cutters and we can pull them out. Oh, let's pet them. We're already weird enough. We're a superstar. We pet the body, we'll pet the chain cutters. And we heal our morale. The hangman lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose. Good thing we got these chain cutters. Always good to think ahead. Now, he points to the rope squeezing the dead man's neck. We need to cut the belt to see the ligature marks below, carefully with as much precision as you possibly can. Kuno says, see, my pig is going to crap his head off. Kuno says, no, he ain't. C looks blasé. Your pig's boring as crap. Yeah. Cut the belt off. Oh, we can do it. Can we cut the head off? Is that even an option? We can say, yes, I'm Kuno's pig. I agree. I'm not your pig, Kuno. Look for a good spot to cut. I kind of want to ingratiate myself to this poor kid. I want to try and cut his head off. Yes, I'm Kuno's pig. I agree. You are, he says with calm certainty. This pig is Kuno's. We can look for a good spot to cut, but instead, I'm not going to cut off the head. Let's just pass the 92 skill check and cut off the belt. There we go. After some deliberations, you sink the cutters into the knot, tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow, and we press down and begin 5 experience. Snap! The knot is slashed. Another cut, and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it. The lieutenant kneels closer, running his fingers along the dark red groove until there's a gap. The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck. As it ought to, says physical instrument, this is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 to 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, says Kim. He presses down on it. Normal contour, abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact. Genitalia! He pulls down the man's underpants. Kuno, now it's gonna happen, see, says Kuno. Kuno says, I crapping knew it. Empathy check. This is clearly what they've been waiting for. Ever since the autopsy began, the lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible. Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Oh, what a way to go. You get hanged, you get let out to rot for 14 days or whatever. They cut you down, pull off your pants, and say that your genitalia is unremarkable. My God, I will never hang myself after this. Golly. Now, do we have a funny quip? Doesn't look like he was enjoying his moment of death. Do we inspect the genitals? All right, does it look like he was enjoying his moment of death? Kim says, yes, your hunch from before. We can have semen analysis requested from processing if that's what you meant. Yes, processing, science. That's what I meant. Just write down that we requested an analysis. The corpse with his pants down does not have an opinion on the subject. All he has is genitals and a deathly odor. we can inspect the genitals. The dead... Do I have to read this? The is average sized, downward collection of blood hanging underneath. The greenish marble... You should touch it, says electrochemistry. I don't want to touch it. I'm not touching it. I'm not. The kids will freak out. I mean, I know you want me to. The kids are going to freak out. Here it goes, Kuno. It's happening, Kuno. If I touch it, I don't want to touch it. All right, I'll touch it. Doesn't feel like anything. Just cold flesh under your finger. Unremarkable and unalive. But we gained 5 experience for touching some dead man's junk. Kuno says, my pig's so doggone ill right now. His voice swells with pride. Kunoise says, yeah, pig's pretty sick, I gotta say. We impressed the kids by touching the dead man's junk, but poor Kim, what has Kim got to think of us after this? First we stroked his hair, and then we touched his junk. Milosh says, I'm going to go eat some rats now. Less despicable than this game at times. Yeah, we just finished Vampire, where we're eating rats constantly. But in this game, we're stroking dead hair and touching junk. Oh. We'll write it down and add the semen sample. The lieutenant looks relieved. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are old combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life. In addition, I see smaller residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin. This is the body of a soldier, a mercenary. He nods. We have a real museum here of battles, wars, and we write it down. Oh, ladies, game. Last item, hands. He takes the man's right hand in his, inspects it, then moves on to the other hand. We can pick up the hand. His flesh is cold, icy. Pleased to meet you, says the dead man. Where are you from and what is your name? My name is... I'm only crapping with you. I know where you come from Cappadocia. And your name is Il Capo. What can I do for you, Il Capo di Cappadocia? We've met before. I've touched your genitals. And he says, that you have, Kobo, that you have. We're real tight that way. In that special way. We should do this more often. Be close like this, I mean. Hands are clean, says Kim, continuing with the autopsy. The lieutenant concludes. The dead man's fingers slip from your hand, cold and sausage-like. No sign of injury from struggling. Were we expecting any? I was, said Kim. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, the stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment. We pass an empathy check. Working so close to the fumes coming from the corpse must be hard. You realize suddenly that the lieutenant has been largely keeping it together these past 2 items. Write it down. Whew, says Kim. He turns to the side to breathe. It's not enough. He buries his face in the sleeve of his jacket. You hear a muffled voice. That's all for the external. Well done. What's next? We just finished an external, and we've now got to do internal examination. Oh no! These kids are going to go wild. How are we going to do an internal examination? Golly. Central nervous system, he says, and then concludes abruptly, I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system? You don't even have a joke, says conceptualization. Nope. N.A. Musculoskeletal purge fluid is coming from the mouth. He gets close to the swollen mouth hole, eyes squinting from the fumes. Not injury related, eyes and tongue protuberant. High road bone, let's see. With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it. Gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. Yeah, jack that crapper off, says Kunoiz. Kim says, the hyoid bone is fractured, he says after a while. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact, unremarkable. We write it down. Back hunched, as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. Respiratory system, he stops to exert more force. Both hands are used. He's really doing it. The dead man's teeth cut into his gloved hands. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen, hemorrhaging present in mucose of the lips and mouth. From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands. Look inside the dead man's mouth. No scream, no sign of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there, sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight into that mouth of his. Pain threshold. No, you don't. You can keep it. You can keep anything in. We can look deeper inside. You manage to suppress the contractions trying to empty your stomach. All it takes is concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More meat and darkness. There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later, says Inland Empire. The lieutenant lets go of the jaws. The mouth snaps shut before you. Hemorrhaging present in mucus, he repeats impatiently, and we write it down. He wipes his brow. Hepatobilitary, N.A. Why? Don't we have anything? And he says he looks at the corpse's stomach with a mixture of tiredness and disgust. Are you a hepatobiliary expert? I don't think so, we can say. Neither am I, he says, and that's it. And he says, that's it, and we write it down. Same for toxology and serology. Both, unless you've untapped reservoirs of knowledge there. The completionist in me wonders if there's something we could still do. And Kim says, we only have one test as per regulation, and we already requested semen. Pigs requesting semen like it's no big deal, says Kuno. Kunoiz says, is he touching it again? What is wrong with these guys? Yeah, it's better to leave it at that, more important. Or can we change it to toxicology? It seems prudent. And Kim says, add a request then. We'll know if drugs or poisons remain in the blood. He looks at the monster. At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with it. Write NA and add toxicology requested. Something's wrong with my cigar. One second. Now that's better. Kim says cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with hanging. We write it down. Gastrointestinal. He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around, to the ground, to the pool of feces there. Then he touches the corpse's bloated lower abdomen briefly and says, digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. Write it down, omit the voila, or keep the voila. We are a superstar. We'll keep the voila. What's next on the list? Description of injuries. Summary. Let's see, says Kim. He tilts his head. We have bite marks, contusions on head and chest. and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one, too. We'll start with bite marks. He nods. Chest, head, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. We write it down. And your opinion, officer? Beneath the description, there are 2 boxes waiting to be ticked. Opinion, fatal energy, or non-fatal post-mortem. Agreed. Next injury, 2 contusions. So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury. A stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. A perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing its post-mortem at maximum velocity. Jerko, says Kuno. Kim says has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity. We pass an empathy check. The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Kuno. Kuno, he is silent within. We write it down. Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath the description of injuries, 2 boxes. Fatal injury or non-fatal post-mortem. Milos says, we came to this channel for Fallout games, but we stayed for, stuff. Yeah, things are getting a bit dark on the Oxhorn channel, aren't they? What's the 4th injury field for? We can write down. Nothing, just in case, says Kim. So number 3, ligature marks. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin above and below the ligature marks. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No sign of clawing on the neck. We can write it down. Below the note, 2 customary boxes waiting to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side, awaiting your judgment. The ring is around the neck. Around the neck is visible. Continue. What was that about no clawing around the neck? You'd be clawing for your life. Well, my bet is that the only way they would have been able to hang this guy is if he was drugged, poisoned, or passed out before being hanged. Or maybe he was dead before he was hanged. So let's say non-fatal post-mortem. The lieutenant falls silent abruptly. He is deep in thought, eyes fixed on the bright red ring around the dead man's neck. Why do you say that? He tilts his head. I'm serious. I don't think this was the injury that killed him, we can say. Okay, why don't you think it was the fatal injury? We've got 4 options. I arrived at this conclusion through psychic arts. I can't shake this feeling he was doing something else when he died. Or why didn't he claw at his neck when they hanged him? And why did they not tie his hands? A big man like this is dangerous. Honestly, says Kim, I'm not sure there weren't bite marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench, he covers his mouth, but you're right. There should be signs of a struggle. Let's leave the cause of death empty for the time being. And we get 70 experience. Ranker says, Ox, it's French. It's pronounced esprit de corps. Okay, thank you. I'll do that from now on. Esprit de corps. He produces a small black plastic roll from his jacket. A body bag. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. First, how'd it go? It was, he looks for the right words, an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy, but personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We requested a test to be run on the genitals. That was de règle. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks if we're lucky. I would not hold my breath. What else? And we gained 5 more experience. We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy. And we pass an electrochemistry test. Oh, yeah. Well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order. Perhaps a drink is in order. Later, we can say. And he says, now, you see, that worries me. And he wipes his forehead. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you? You're proving a useful detective. The organization would miss you. Here we go. Here's my chance to say it right. Esprit de corps. Please get yourself together, the lieutenant from Precinct 57 says. Okay, what now? I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg. Rip out a copy of the autopsy pages. New task, send the victim's body to processing. For processing, says Kim. He looks at the dead man one more time, then at the slip of red paper in his hand, then at the corpse again. He's thinking, did I miss something? We can pass a perception check, but we've got 4 bonuses here. It has something to do with the head. Tell me something, dead man. Shoot, Looney Rooney. The autopsy said you have ancient mysteries. Oh yes, Kobo mi Lobo, in the gift horse's mouth. Tracks and wakes and waterways. Ancient materials buried. Yeah, but to where, brother? Just a small gulp away, my beloved Kobo. A small gulp away. Which was it that killed you then, love or communism? You said love killed you, but when you fell down, you said it was communism. And we gained 5 experience. You misquoted me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me in. Let's try it. Hey, we got it more. 42%. Yes! Your arm reaches out and your eyes close as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh. First with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand. What is this? His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent. We can crawl up his nostrils. They are swollen shut. You really need to push to get in there. We can push our fingers in his nose. Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape as you bore in, searching for something in the cartilage. The crap is he doing? You hear a voice squeak. It sounds very far away. Perception. The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out, spider. Okay. Well, it's not in his nose. Put our fingers in his mouth. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track. Play with it. This feels right. Oh, let's do it. I'm playing with this dead man's tongue. It feels right. The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, delicate to touch. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums. And in the back of the mouth, can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in. We open our eyes and look. The vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he is laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, is... You see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished, no larger than 4 centimeters in radius. The edges appear darkened. Say, crap yeah, or touch it with your fingers. We're a superstar cop. We say, crap yeah. He agrees. Keep going, says Kim. He's urging us on. Kumo nods too. He takes a step closer. He's getting into this. We can touch it with our finger gently. A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Put our finger in it. Your index finger fits right up in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. I'm not going to motion it. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth right into his brain stem. The crap is happening, says Kuno-Wheeze. Oh, crap, see, says Kuno. Brain stem? Yes, That's what this part is called, says the hanged man. You've seen the drawings. You've studied them. We can feel around first. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever. We can push deeper. Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. Breakthrough imminent. The ululations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet. There's a cavity cut right between the hemispheres. The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper. Doggone cavity! See, Kuno's voice hushed. Empathy, quivering with awe. Push deeper. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. And to enter him, we have two options. We can punch a hole through his mouth, or we can wriggle in. Let's wriggle in. Do as less damage as possible. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly, cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your finger. Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush. Oh, we could fish it out. This is just awful. I feel a solid object right under the skull. Can you get to it, says Kim. He searches his pockets for something. We can first inspect the skull. There is a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it from the inside. The object that is in there stopped just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium, and we gain 5 experience. This is the irregularity you felt from before, the one that was too tiny to register consciously. We have the makings of a very small exit wound there. The lieutenant leans closer. Forget about the doggone exit wound, Beano. The pig was wearing him. The pig is wearing him like a puppet. Because we have our hand deep in his mouth. Her voice is absolutely sizzling with excitement. Therefore, we can pass an easy interfacing check of 9 to fish it out. You pick the object between your index and middle finger. Feels sharp like metal. You press your teeth together. Your jaw is clenched. All you need to do is just whisper, I got it. My pigs doggone got it, says Kuno. Authority, he's watching his old man get the big prize at the claw game. Kuno says, what? What is it? Slowly pull your fingers out. The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove as you pull it out. Sweat dripping down your brow, carefully not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth, covered in blood up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead. He was shot in the head, ladies and gentlemen. All of that. He wasn't hanged to death. He was executed. Then his body rigged up to make it look like a group execution. This was the murder of one man holding one gun, execution style, through the bottom of his... Wait a minute. If the exit wound came out top, then he was shot... Did he commit suicide? Milosh says, I've seen some disgusting stuff at work, but bare hands and a rotting corpse? Hell no! And then Alt Grendel says, so much for monetization. I know, I'm done. I'm so done with this stream. YouTube's gonna ban me and say, never again, Oxhorn. Never again. Continue. Kunoise. Beautiful. Kim says, a bullet. The lieutenant puts a small bag marked evidence under it. Drop it in. The bullet falls into the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says, unknown caliber, rifled, some kind of brittle alloy, fractured on impact. Do I want it? I could try to keep it. No hole in his jaw, says Get Salty. Yes, but he could have opened his mouth. Right? Do I want this bullet? Can I have it, we can say? And we got it. Of course, you've earned it, says Kim. The lieutenant drops the bag in your bloody hand. It feels light. He turns to his notebook. We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4, oval entry wound with abrasion collar, soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity temporary cavity in brain tissue, small exit wound on the occiput. He underlines the injury forcefully. How does that sound? We can say sounds like heaven. Sounds about right, or just say nothing and nod. We're a superstar. It sounds like heaven. Opinion, fatal energy. Doggone right, we say. Click, click goes the pen. And one last thing, we should amend injury 3, ligament mark. New opinion, non-fatal post-mortem treatment. Treatment, we can say. Treatment officer as in attempted to manipulate the body after death to hide the real cause with a false cause. In this case, he points to the mark encircling the corpse's neck, this injury here, the ligament mark, the fractured hyoid bone. It was all treatment, yes. And the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard, all of it was done after this man was already dead. Dead, dabba doop doop, we can say. Deady dead. Dead, says Kim. You agreed, we can say. He nods. I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him? I thought there was no satisfying explanation. And we gained 30 experience. There have been other signs too, small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them. We didn't fail for Esprit. How do I pronounce it again? Esprit de corps? Esprit de corps. We didn't fall for it, he thinks. There's pride in there. Who would do this, we can ask, and he says that's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier. Why would anyone do this, we can ask, and he says to hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, what really happened here? I think I need to wash myself, we can say. And he says, oh, and he nods. You really, really do. I'm glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening. Maybe the bullet holds more answers, we can say. And he says, yes, we should take a closer look at it. I'm certain it has more to tell us. Our hand-eye coordination says this little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it. What happens next, we can say? We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. You'll be gone? What should I do in the meanwhile, we can say? Work on the case, says Kim. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. He looks you in the eye. Great work, detective. The word lingers in the air of the basement, far away. Ice cream makers are buzzing, and the sea wind blows outside. Detective. Tutorial agent. After you bag the corpse, Kim will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly. Try to take the... Do we take his boots? I mean, we can only take them when he's not there. I'll try to take them. I thought we decided to leave it to processing, the lieutenant shakes his head. Let's not turn this into some sort of circus. Damn it, this is turning into some sort of mega puzzle. All right, well, he's clearly watching us, and we don't want him to know, so let's let him take it away. 30 more experience, all right. He takes out a shiny plastic body bag and starts pulling the plastic over the dead man's face. There go those beautiful enamel boots. May they rest in processing. Oh, well, in another lifetime, I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs. Bag the corpse and drag it to the motor carriage. I can still get the boots later, right? When Kim's not looking. We got a thought. Kingdom of Science. Kingdom of Conscience, I should say. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left out on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And the answer is no. God is in heaven. Everything is normal on earth. Moralist dialogue options heal +1 morale. Learning cap for volition raised to 5. Learning cap for logic raised to 5. There we go. Well, we just earned a ton of experience, which probably means we've got more points to spend. One I needed to do was Suave Faire. Okay. And then what were some of the others I needed to do? Logic. Okay, let's try logic. Oh, that's it. I just got that 1 point. Wait, what happened? I can try for the policeman code again. But maybe I'll try it after I heal up. Wow, that was exhausting. Holy cow. Now that the body is gone, and now that Kim is gone, we need to talk with the girl. Because there was an entire section of personal matters that I wasn't allowed to talk with her. Weird Beard says you should have got the boots. Knowing this game, you probably lost your chance. Maybe I did, but I thought I got an app. Maybe I'll get an option to do it while the body is in the car. Tell you what, let's go down to the car before nightfall. See if we can scavenge the boots off the body. And we have another window. You see the yard below. The corpse is no longer there. Great. Wash your hands first. That's right. Good call. Probably shouldn't talk to, what's her name without washing my hands first. Thank you, everybody. Locked. Locked. Let the mirror be for now. Wash in the tub, I guess. This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. Run yourself a bath. The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons. Undress, close your eyes, and submerge. The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely and so tired. Let's take the beer cans out. Now that you're alone with your thoughts in the tub, but it is easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub. They're not really thoughts, just assorted sensations. None of them acute enough to focus on. We can linger in the tub a little. Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a doggone aquarium. Time to get moving. But then we can imagine something. You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. All right, I guess we can get out. All right, we washed off the death smell, got new experience, and we got a new skill point. What happens if I put one here? Okay, doesn't work. Let's bump that up a bit. That should make it a... It still says medium, though. I could try my damaged ledger. It's a medium check. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are now cold. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your moist skin. Let's try the check inside the ledger. Oh, there's the bullet. We can interact with it. The bullet mushroomed out on impact. It now looks more like a fanciful jacket button than something that could pierce skin and bone. While we're at it, savoir-faire is pronounced savoir-faire. Okay, thank you, Alt Grendel. And then Brett Best says, don't forget about the room fee. Yeah, that's right. The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location of where the bullet was found. Besides his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny shriveled head of cauliflower. What do I do with you, bullet? The squished little thing has no idea. I know! You should find the gun that shot this bullet. We could eat it, find the gun that shot it, or sell it for profit. Let's find the gun that shot it. New task. That sounds like something a police detective would do. First, you should learn all you can about this little guy. Then find the gun that shot it and the person who shot the person who that gun belongs to. He used it to kill your victim. Neato. We can feel the bullet in the bag. The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold even through the bag. We can inspect the bullet closer. The jacket of the bullet is made out of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark gray core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter. We can look at the jacket. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. And the core, it's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound. What's interesting about the bullet thus far? Well, it's a jacketed bullet, close to 5 millimeters in diameter, with striations. A jacketed bullet, which would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez. And we gain 5 experience. Very interesting. You have an unusual military-grade bullet in your hand. Now all you need to do is find the gun that could fire it. We could try to pass a legendary hand-eye coordination, which we've got a +1 because we're aware of the name of the antique rifle we found. Let's try it. Damaged morale. Hand-eye coordination needs to go up. The bullet has nothing more to say. Logic 11. Can I read the case files now? Success! Yes, at last you find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB41, date of the initialization and the time arrival of the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB4112011700, the next world Merla. Wait, HDB41, weren't those officer precinct? Why, yes, your precinct number is 41. And HDB, every last alphanumeric in the case file begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. Hey, Horace Debbie Bringer? Ram Drajan Bringer? Those aren't my initials. I'm not feeling them. Wow, I don't know what to say to that. I think what you meant to say was RAC, Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. No, the alpha numeric begins with HDB. So wait, maybe his name really is Harry. I'm ready to admit that I'm not Raphael and go on with my life. Do I want to give this up? I don't want to give it up. Let's persist. Fine. It takes about half an hour for you to piece one together, Mr. Raphael. Which one do you want? The next world mural. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight, on 12/12, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building, a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of the failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their forms reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For now, people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class." People call it that thing, and that doggone thing, it's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the Bell's letters have the litterage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue for the New World mural, as they call it, remains unknown. Wait, do I ever find out who came up with it? The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. We can read on. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside Central, Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rumbling on the streets as to how juvenile or stupid the mural is, given a choice between the two. A, remove the mural, it's wrong. B, keep the mural, it's right. Remove it, it's wrong. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it's too late for us. Lots of options. All that remains is to wreak havoc on the middle class. The middle class are not to be blamed. It's human nature. I like it, but we can't wreak havoc on other nations instead. I must have voted and possibly even lobbied to remove the thing because I don't believe in that rubbish one bit. Let's go number 2, and we gain 5 experience. Did anyone ask what you believe in? Man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done? The unsolvable case. Oh man, what? Hold on. AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. It's been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29th, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it is unclear. Every officer and indeed most civilians in Jamrock know it's unsolvable. Electrochemistry. You were so drunk you didn't remember what it was you signed on. That, or you were high. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It's their nature. You cannot change the nature of man, and you can't lock them away, because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to passersby and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rearview mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which in their 40s or 50s is hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression. Couldn't we just keep them off the streets, we can ask? And the ledger says, no, you would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition because that's where the action is. Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get a local gang of Zymalax to take them out. The Zymalax give them ethanol so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncovering cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drove down Main Street, because there they are, on the corner of Perdition, and what is Leslie doing? Public indecency. Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have had it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer was also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. And let's be fair, you also have party eyes. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face, then proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who at this point is tending to Burke. Kill them. They broke it, says Half-Light. He came at us and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment. An invalid with Burke to tend to. Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The insolvable case is solved because he got drunk. 5 experience, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Logic. Does that sound like Raphael something Cousteau to you? One last time. Yes! Thought gained. Detective Cousteau. Fine then. You've earned it. All right, I've got a new thought that I can go through. I'm going to become Detective Cousteau. I'm glad I kept on going. Who knows what his real name is? I'm Detective Cousteau now. Three more to go. The square bullet hole murders. Oh my gosh. I'm getting caught up and I lost track of the time. Okay, let's go through this one. Then let's go talk to the lady and then I'll have to end the program. It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry, wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks on her rocking chair with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape. But that's all you got. From the half hour you've spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet, and then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead. A sequence killer? Who knows? Those pages are missing. What's next? Don't worry. One day, says Inland Empire. Okay, well, we haven't finished that yet. All right, we'll do the other two in the next broadcast. Let's put it away. Hold on, can we slide the hidden drawer open? Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Well, I don't want to kill myself. Okay, let's close the compartment. It's ever so slightly difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink dips from the white pages in your hand. Your hand shakes. You're flushed with adrenaline. All right, let's put it away. And hold on a minute. Let's internalize some of our thoughts here. Thought complete. Aces slow. For the rest of the world, the aces low is just some cool Revocol thing, politically neutral. In Revocol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsugari's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket just like the ones worn by the aristocratic brigades. And those cargo pants look like they could fit tools for hotfixing your burning aristocratic... You should ask him about this. +2 to empathy towards Kim. Yay! And +1 esprit de corps. The roots of the RCM. Fantastic. I've got one more. Let's unlock it. Oh, I don't have enough skill points. So I can't... Oh, Detective Cousteau. Temporary research bonus, -2 conceptualization. All right, well, I'm going to have to save some of my skill points for another unlock here. Okay. Let's go talk. With what's her name? I can't even pronounce her name. Okay, now we can have the private conversation about what my character actually did the other night.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Okay, now that Kim isn't here, let's talk about Sunday night. Ah, yes, she pours herself more coffee. Cheers. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you were a police officer. 3 options. It's one of the first things I remember doing in Elysium. Wow, she nods. Elysium. You don't hear that term often. She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording. Did you hear something Sunday night in my room? There was the usual ruckus, she nods. Loud disco music. Did I have any visitors? I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo. You mentioned loud disco music? Oh, yes, various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them. She arches her eyebrow, waiting for it to connect with you. Oh, were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets hard, she says, half singing. But we go on. Yeah, we go on all right, we can say. Or it mostly just gets hard. That's probably what she would relate to best. It would appear so. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped and there was a change of pace. What happened? A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of that time you were yelling along to it. What was I singing, we can say? That doesn't matter anymore, and that we are alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it. When you say wounded, do you mean that in a cool way? Like a wild beast? Yes, it was very cool, she says. Then what happened? Then you started screaming, and you trashed the place. That is so me. What did I do? A window was smashed, the tape player probably, the song stopped, the furniture too. A real destructo-thon. There was screaming, then I think you passed out. We could say it prides me to hear this. Tell me, was there more? Let's just say, was there any more? There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5, she nods, and that was that. Thank you. No problem, sir. She feeds herself another cigarette. Okay, so the one question, now that the corpse is gone, was about... The assault. Yep. So nothing else happened there. Here we go. Here's the new one. Why was there a bullet in his head? Bullet? There's the silence. Her brows meet in the middle for a pained frown. They shot him too? They stripped his clothes and they shot him? You mean after they hanged him? I'm confused. Sorry. Were you aware that he was also shot, miss, in the mouth? Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me and Sylvie the bartender. It's hard to know what to think about that answer, says Logic. She's just tired. Don't push her too much. And that's where it ends. Thanks for talking. Slight confusion about the bullet. It's still really low. We need to get our volition up before we can do that. All right, well, that's that. I've only got 10 minutes left. How did this broadcast go by so quickly? I feel like I didn't get to explore where I wanted to explore. I wanted to go to the west and go up and talk to the yacht lady, but I've only got 10 minutes left. All right, let's use these 10 minutes to... Let's use these 10 minutes to finish inspecting the ledger. We need to finish reading that entry. Then we can try to get our code again, because I believe we're going to be going to bed soon anyway, so we can repair the couch in an unexpected location. Some jerks brought their couch outside and hung out on it, in the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside, by the motorway, you know, at an unexpected location. They were young. They thought they looked cool in it. Edward says, love your work, Ox. You are like having Saturday morning cartoons every day of the week. May you and yours be blessed. Thank you very much. They looked like jerks, we can say. Insufferable jerks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa or couch or whatever it was. They were leaving it out in all of these unexpected and whimsical locations they took it to, where they also took photos of themselves on it and smoking cigarettes, and they drank coffee because they felt that it's intellectual. And we gained 5 experience. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved. Did I ever catch those guys? No, you didn't have the time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real doggone job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch jerks. You have a real job to do. What's next? Here we go. Murder at the hookah parlor. Murder, tom, at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Wait, how? Beaten to death by a throng of Villabobs, Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop the stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor. Right, on with the murder. Joseph Mills was on this case, and he just couldn't solve it. Was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, or real brain wrister. Was on it for like a month, then Captain got impatient. Crap, or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot, not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brain, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed, still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had. Wait, was Joseph Mills a good cop? No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey? Okay. Still, he'd been on it for months now, said it was the final case, said it was uncrackable, that the murderer vanished into thin air. That doggone hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the cases handed to you by Mills are because Mills isn't getting anywhere. And you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go to smoke bubblegum flavored vapor all day. Can you get high off of it, we can ask? No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Really stupid, we can say. Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with a skull busted open right on the floor of the hookah parlor in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. One client that day in perfect health too, some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on this watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45, then bam! He's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour, girl at the counter did it, nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor, you see cushions around the table, table's low, heavy, really sharp edges. He sucked hookah, stood up, passed out, hit his head on the table and died, and we gain 5 experience. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. And what was he doing there for 6 hours? Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe? Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective. And about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next. That's it. Well, we've done everything in the ledger. Looking good. And we've gained experience, but no skill points to spend. All right, 4 minutes left. This gives me just enough time to run to his car and see if I can steal those boots. Where's the car? A helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. Wait, I don't believe I've been here before. Hot air rises up from the sewer. Sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. Car gone. The car's gone. So I did lose the boots. Who's this guy? He's new. You see a sturdy woman humming to herself. She seems to be browsing books. A good one, we can say.
Yes, hello?
She nods her attention, fully focused on reading.
Me?
Who are you?
No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. What are you doing?
Looking for something to read.
She reverts her attention to a worn paperback. I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Do you need the help of a policeman?
What with?
She tries hard to focus on the book instead. This citizen thinks she can do without your assistance. Don't buy it. They all need help. Physical instrument. Help her by carrying things. Maybe she needs a weightlifter. Maybe she needs you to fight her husband. No, that's not it. Watch her browsing books. Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she spends a lot of time at work, smoking. An array of neurons fires up with joy. Burn her a cigarette, or bum her a cigarette, lest it turn to pain. You smoke, we can ask? I don't. I know for a fact that you smoke. She looks up, slightly startled. Why do you think that I smoke? Your hands look like they belong to a heavy smoker. It's not like yours look much better, she says while eyeing yours. Take a look at your hands. She's right. Your hands look even worse than hers, with tiny cuts and gushes covering your skin like spider webs. Your fingertips have become an ugly shade of brown. Just give me a cigarette, please, we can say. I've already told you I don't have any. Go bother somebody else. She's lying. She's doggone lying. She has a smoke. Do you know where I could get a new pack, we can ask? From the kiosk? There's one up in the harbor. It's a freet. You can look that up. Just give me your cigarettes, please. Don't lie. Sorry, officer? She stares at you in disbelief. All right, we'll move on. Maybe your husband is missing. My husband? No, he's not. So where could he be? I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working? So what I'm hearing is you don't really know where your husband is? Yes, but she looks around and then takes a deep breath, a little annoyed. I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time. Wouldn't you like to? No! She looks you straight in the eye. Her right foot is tapping nervously. I can totally help you find your missing husband. Why are we still talking about this, she says. I haven't lost my husband. She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her that it's okay. Hush, baby. We can say... What? It's all right not to know where your husband is. Nothing shameful in that. Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me. She puts her foot down. My husband is not missing, but he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it is something else then? Maybe your children are missing, we can ask. No, absolutely not. Her words come out quick as gunshots. Okay, so where are they? Are you a policeman or a nanny? She's definitely disturbed now. Nanny? Where are they? They're not missing, sir. We pass an electrochemistry check to say, you know where they are. They're at home. Smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance. Inland Empire tells us, what if something horrible has happened? What if they're dead? That's the bad vibe you've got. They're at home, right? Smoking cigarettes, we can say. What? She says. They're just, my daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their friends down at Jamrock. There's nothing to worry about. She's getting upset. Her voice has risen, and she tries to convince herself that her daughters are safe. They're almost grown-ups now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now. Do we torment this poor woman anymore? This poor lady. Just walk up to her. She's trying to read a book, and I'm just harassing her. Maybe you're right, we can say. Huh? She adjusts her scarf, cheeks rough and ruddy from the wind. Maybe your cockatoo is missing. I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here. Ma'am, I was just asking about your cockatoo. Has it gone missing? I don't even have a cockatoo, she says. And guess what? What? Even if I had, it wouldn't be missing. All right, cockatoo not missing. Just wanted to make sure. Great. And she turns back her attention back to her book stand. Just one more question. What did you mean by me being a cockatoo? Oh, nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore. Inland Empire tells us maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain or your heraldic bird? Actually, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Thanks for the tip, and we get the task. New quest, find my heraldic bird. This game is just so bizarre. That's all for now. Thank you. The woman before you nods and returns to reading. And I've got a thought here. The book says you must attain a Franco-Nigerian hard body at the nearest gym. Let's talk to her about that, and we can't. Wow, I talked to this random lady, and now I've got a task to find my astral bird, or whatever it is. Okay, let's do a hard save here. This game never disappoints, my God. Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. That's part 4 of Disco Elysium. There's a lot happening. Wastelanders 3 is coming out in the coming weeks. Cyberpunk 2077 is coming out soon. We've got a new DLC for Control coming out soon. There's a DLC for Rage 2 that I haven't done yet, the Terror Mania one. I mean, there's just so much to do, and I've got so little time. Not sure where I'm going to fit it all in, but for the meantime, we've got Horizon Zero Dawn on Wednesday. We've got Resident Evil 7 on Thursday for Scotch and Smoke Rings, and we'll be continuing with Witcher 3 for Friday. Don't forget that there's a new Fallout 76 content coming out soon with the Brotherhood of Steel. So yeah, there's a lot to do. Anyway, I'm going to get to work on some of my lore videos. I'm going to let you guys go for the rest of the day. Thanks again so much for stopping by, and I'll see you Wednesday for some Horizon Zero Dawn. Have a wonderful time. Bye-bye now.